Basically, well, it's basically the ingredient list.
Oh, interesting. Well, anyways, hello everyone, and we have new player, and that means that recap time. It's been a while since we've done one of these. Will, why don't you start us off?
Or are we actually doing?
Wait,
Yes, we
Are we
are.
recap?
actually
You
doing a
meant?
Yes,
stream
we
right now?
are actually live doing recap. Yes.
Oh,
I was gonna say you lied to me. You said it like the 2:30 or whatever.
It was 2:30, but we need to do a.
Sass.
Sorry,
Hello.
Sass. I am doing a recap for someone who is not for a new player, so I started early. He wants a slow recap. We have time today. How are you doing, Sass? I cannot hear you.
How you
Oh,
guys
there
doing?
you go.
I'm
Yep.
Sass.
Yes. So,
I was about to say.
long story. So let's get started with the long story short, but still long. Okay. So this whole adventure begins in a town known as Styre, where the characters of Jones, Matt, Seth, uh, Maple, Gavilan, and who else was here at the beginning? I think that was it.
Otsuko?
Oh, Shadow and Otsuko meet to do a job in the city where they go and explore some underground ruins. And in the process of exploring these underground ruins, find the first clue on a quest to find an object known as Sky Igniter. The heroes then decide to form a mercenary group, so when they go into the next town of that's in Cheliax, they don't look stupidly suspicious, only slightly suspicious. Good old Matt gets put in charge of said mercenary group. Anyways, in the forest of Cheliax, they found a gateway straight to hell, hidden behind some vampires who they kill. They face some barbazoos, get the next key. Then they end up exiting the portal, find a guy. What's his name, Will? His actual name, not the fake name of Noble Prick.
Uh, Olin Thrune?
Olin Thrune. Okay, so Olin Thrune's like, oh shit, these guys discovered my secret plot. I'm gonna arrest them and have them killed. So, uh, you know, Jones decides to shoot him because some of us were thinking, oh yeah, let's just pretend to go along with it. And Jones is like, nah, bitch. Then we end up escaping Cheliax because I found out through a series of different boost that my character can technically run faster than a horse, which allowed us to, in one turn, free horses, get out of the dodge in a couple other turns, being chased by barbazoos. Um, we end up in Nadal, where we decide, oh yeah, let's stay in a freaking inn, in a place where hospitality is illegal. Great move. As we discovered ourselves in a cell in the gladiator pits, where we met Graves Ulfenrear, who ultimately ends up helping us start a revolution in Nadal, by the worshippers of Desna, with the help of Shadow freeing us from our bondage.
Which is
Anyways,
still going on, by the way.
yes, it's still going on. Anyways, we leave there because we gotta save the world because obviously Sky Glider must be needed for something if it's finally being rediscovered. So we end up going to the next town where we could go to Karamaga from because that's where the next thing is. And we find ourselves in Corvosa with the noble prick, Olin Thrune, talking to the Queen of Corvosa. We discover the corruption there after the Queen wasn't she actually hit by the Red Mantis assassin poison, Will?
Mm.
Wasn't the Queen actually
Yes.
So she's dead.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
There's not a cure for that. She's dead. So after, we free the person behind the plot because we actually thought he was innocent when he wasn't. It was Jones's brother.
Yeah.
Anyways, after that
Not
happens, after that happens, he's dead after we get him free. Then we leave. Nihil wipes out the entire countryside on our way to Karamaga, which is where Gavilan's home is, and we get the old castle Gavilan was in a gilded cage in as a servant. Anyways, we use that as our first base, Then we go to Karamaga, where we end up finding our next clue and taking down an entire half of the city, centered around the creation of undead, with the help of Pharasmans, Calistrians, and Cain and Kalian worshippers. Then we have to go to the Elven Lands, to a city known as Mossberg, where we end up going through Nermothus, finding a woman named Shiva Kadir, who seems to be manipulated by Nihil. We end up giving her her memories back, which only makes her more committed to her cause, because honestly, if one person, even the person she serves, could do such horrifying things to one person, for no reason other than because they want to, the world is too corrupt to continue existing. Nihil's a good way of making sure that doesn't continue. That's the story behind Shiva Kadir. Anyways, that happens. Then you go on a boat ride across the river into the Elven lands of Keonian, where you enter to the gates of Mossberg. And then shenanigans happen, and we end up burning down half the city in the process of releasing... in the process of accidentally releasing a blood ooze made up of Calistrians' blood, while trying to get the key from the Temple of Calistria, because they won't open the gates for anyone, even other elves. If you're not in Mossberg, you gotta do shit to get in Mossberg. And we were about as patient with those elves as 90-year-old with dementia ordering food.
Yeah, they were too busy arguing over whether cereal's a soup.
Yes, that is indeed what they were arguing over. Anyways,
I swear to God.
then we and then they were too busy arguing over whether or not you put a pizza on top of a pizza if that makes it a sandwich.
No,
Oh
the
my
cow
God!
knows.
Shut up. Just continue. Don't start this. Just continue.
Anyways, we end up going from there to another nearby city, recruiting some people, starting the expansion of the mercenary organization, that is known as the Ice Peace Project, which is an acronym that I can't explain, but I will do so at the end of this whole diatribe. Anyways, from there, we end up going to the Dwarven Lands through a place called Druma, where we meet the mercenary group of Ambition, who specializes in taking out bounties. Which is funny because we had bounties on our heads, and they ended up joining us because we ended up fighting some forces of Nihil together. Long story. Anyways, from there, we end up all the way in the Dwarven Lands, where we run into Matt's mentor, Alexstrasza Toledo. Alexstrasza ends up dying after some shenanigans that include going to Absalom to get the old Grand Lodge as the new base for our mercenary group in the city of Absalom. Finding Shika stones, or Shika, no, it's Shika. Finding Shika stones, don't worry about those, none of us remember them anyways. Getting the entire faction of the Vigilant Seal pissed off at us for no goddamn reason. Yes, I am still salty about that, by the way. Then, next thing you know, ending up protecting the Empress of Taldor, who ends up, getting hitched to the leader of the mercenary group. Not important. From there, we end up going back to the Dwarven Lands, going into the Darklands, finding a lost temple to Torag, getting the next artifact fragment, then having to get Alexstrasza's help escaping the temple, where she ends up dying, which leads us to a very depressed leader for about, 2 weeks. Anyways, that goes into some shenanigans over in the city of Natumbu, expanding the Taldane Empire all the way over in the Mwangi Expanse for some reason. Don't worry about it. Next up, you've got the Fey Dungeon, after that is all over, where we go into the First World, meet a guy named Rumbledy, who literally just trolled us for the entire thing. And
he nearly team wiped the party.
Yes. He TBK'd the party because someone gave him a 6th level heal.
Yeah.
Yep. Don't worry about it.
That.
Yeah, it was
On
like
top of giving him like 2 call lightnings or something.
No, it was Chain Lightning and Phantasmal Calamity.
Oh yeah, Phantasmal Calamity, right?
Yeah, so anyways, that happened, and then we ended up, because it's the first world, and he's a gnome. Things don't die in the first world. So we end up helping him reunite with his brother, who's leader of the nearby first world city. Can't remember the name of it, probably not important. Gavilan got in trouble for climbing on top of very important ancient deity. Uh, Not important. Anyways, in the town of Lene, though, we met Raphael. Raphael, aka Sass. Am I missing anything important that's happened so far?
I don't think so. I think.
No,
I mean,
I'm
you
asking
missed the. I mean,
Sass.
you
I'm
missed.
asking. I'm asking Sass because I'm totally not saying something. Sass, go ahead for
Yes,
the
I have
purpose of the
totally been
audience.
here the entire time before I've been here. Before I was introduced to the story.
Silver
here
was
the entire
introduced in the
time.
Mwangi Expanse. We met a guy named Doth, the lizard folk monk in the Dormant Lands, and then Raphael was found at a bandit camp. Raphael, tell us your
Yeah.
story.
So, which part? The one after I lose my memories, or the one before I lose my memories?
All of it. All of it.
Oh God.
All right, so I'll start from the beginning. Well, the beginning of when you guys meet me. It's a non-chronological.
Non-chronological.
So you guys discover me. By the time you guys discover me, it's only probably been like a good couple weeks. I hang out with a bunch of other guys and adventure with them. But unfortunately, my former party got just like slaughtered, and these bandits got me in. And
Yeah, they were going to try and
and
sell a wizard into slavery.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's lovely stuff. And luckily, Matt's group was able to get me out. As soon as I escaped, I'd be like, "Oh, interesting group you got here. Hi. I don't remember any of my former memories."
So Matt's immediate response is, "You sound like you need a job." This is one
Yeah.
of the many times Matt has seen an amnesiac. It's like, "You want a job?"
Listen, he feeds off of them very well. And shenanigans ensue with the group. I believe there's like on the first day, there was a fight between the group over
Matt and Doth.
that. Who? Sorry.
Matt and Doth.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And someone tried stealing stuff while they were fighting, and yada yada. It was a whole deal.
Oh no, the fight was between Matt and Kelgar, and then Doth ends up stealing stuff, and then Matt gets all pissy, and then that lasts for like a day.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, bye.
Will just died.
Yeah. So once it's a little rough going. As soon as I start with going with the group. Over time, I realize,
These people are
big
sort
big
of
pitch.
crazy.
I could Bass, could you help me bridge the link between the massacre at the base and you guys finding me?
Not much of anything happened between those two events for you on an
Gotcha.
important level.
Then I
Literally,
can go.
you've just been vibing with these people up until they massacred a base.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, big thing. We go to a wedding. As soon as we get back to our base, fletcher ensues. Stuff strewn up on the walls. Everyone's rooms has a neat little story packed into them that Matt impromptued, and apparently,
And it's the bad fact about that time that Doth thought I was a part of what happened after I had been put into the group.
I'm pretty sure you still
which is terrible.
Oh wait, no.
that was before, or was that after?
Technically, Silver's character was not a full-fledged member of the group during that session.
That was like your first or second session. So
Yeah, that
okay,
was-
we
That was like at least my first appearance, and
we
then
can-
immediately Doth thought I was sus, and all that happened as soon as I
Matt,
joined.
I'm
and
sorry. I'm
Had that
sorry.
sus was around for a while.
I'm
with
sorry,
him.
Silver. Matt said there was nothing important between meeting me and
nothing
and
important for your
nothing
character.
yeah, I'm joking. But like, in the meantime, we met with Alvera. Would you like to talk about what happened over when you were introduced, Silver?
To be honest, this is so long ago. I'd have to like really refresh my memory on that. But
Matt goes
she-
to a bar. Matt gets a drink.
Drink
Matt
is
calls
poisoned.
Matt.
all I
falls
remember
down.
about that is he didn't get to drink it, and everybody started yelling, "No, you were so close!"
His
All
great
right, drink was poisoned. Matt
his
gets
great
magically
aunt
knocked
comes
unconscious.
by. Yeah,
Yep.
his great
Oh,
aunt
is
comes-
Graves still with the party, by the way?
Graves joins the party soon. We haven't gotten to the point where Graves joins
Good.
the party, but Graves
His-
is in the party at the moment. We just haven't gotten to that point in the recap.
After Matt drinks poisoned wine, his great grand aunt or
No,
some
no, no.
relative-
His great grandaunt was at the bar. The two were talking with Alvera, and then Alvera spikes a drink with a deadly toxin, and she's
That's even more
knocks
stupid.
him out.
Silver, why'd you do it right in front of someone else?
Hey, she thought she got away with it. She rolled pretty high on her thievery and
She
stealth
rolled-
checks.
You gotta have a higher perception check on the people who Matt's hanging out with. But yeah, as soon as
Well,
like,
I'm sorry.
oh, not my fault. So
Anyways, everyone was yelling, "No, we almost broke the timeline even further."
Matt he bangs his head down on the floor. He's down for the count. His grand aunt be
Mission
like, you
failed.
know
Get
what?
him next time.
You need to work for him, okay? And then it's like ever since Alvera's been partially working for us from that time, she'll be a full member soon. Later in that timeline. But then like a session or that session or the session after that, we have a wedding. We're all invited. I believe who was it between Matt? It was Right.
Yes, Taladane. No, look. Long story short, imagine the Habsburg style of diplomacy, but with one person.
wow, they're marrying themselves.
No, not marrying themselves, but like, yes, Habsburgs, but there's only one member of the family who can actually get married and have kids, and they're
Instead
married
of an
in.
entire
Yes.
family. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
That occurs, and once we get back to our base, bloodshed ensues. Everyone's dead. Gavlon's wife and like her head's off. There's bodies strewn on everything's just sort of crazy. Everything's just strewn about blood and gore wise. And when Raphael comes into his room, the big reveal, the big thing, his past. He used to be a Nihil supporter, and he killed
You
lots
used
of
to
people.
be fear
Lots.
incarnate.
Yeah, and now the fear. I was the old fear incarnate, and now the new fear incarnate is fucking with my head. Now that I've been amnesiacized, and he yeah. So upon realizing this, Raphael is like, yeah, I'm not coming out of my room anymore. Uh, he and his little what's it called? Familiar.
Yeah, his little
It's
owl
just-
cat.
Owl cat. His owl cat familiar, Otto, are just staying in the room because Raphael is just Sven is revealed to him all the stuff regarding how he's killed a bunch of people. He might have killed Sven's dad.
Oh no, you did kill Svenstad.
He did kill Sven's dad. Yeah, I did kill Sven's dad. Yeah.
You know, maybe I should make a chart of just all the people and who they've murdered to help with people understanding the synopsis of this grandiose and weird, complicated plot string.
alongside with that, the book that Raphael has was revealed to be Alex Straza's book,
Yep.
who was a teacher of Matt,
Yep.
and apparently she entrusted me to help. Basically, my role placed upon me was you must break them down so they are better suited to face the challenges that come. Basically, be like,
Literally
yeah,
break them down, build them back up, reforging a blade to make it stronger.
that's basically yeah. And when that happened, when that occurred, uh, he did a bit of shenanigans towards Seth's character, and making him go against Doth. Uh,
Yep.
another thing that happened that around that time was Doth suspect was that was probably a bit after that, but Doth suspected something of me. I'm just hanging around. I'm in my room doing my thing. Doth comes up to my door, and then boom, person who can read minds has been protecting me the entire time. Her name is Kimiko, and apparently she read the mind of Doth, coming with rather malicious intent to my room, and essentially smacks him down. Once she smacks him down,
She's a psychic. She's a
yes,
psychic that uses like mage hands to manipulate people. So
mage hands.
it's not. It's literally like first she smacks him with a huge fuck off rock, and then she like pins him to the ground using a ethereal hand.
Yeah, once that occurred, Raphael opened the door and be like, "Uh, what is this?" He just sees Doth down and like Kimiko like standing. He's like, "Oh, I just handled it," he says, and ever since he's been entranced. And
You come
afterward,
around here often? No, I'm your bodyguard, dumbass.
come around here often. Oh well, oh, very particular times when there are people with malicious intent coming at you, and you cannot resolve it. If that were the case, so yeah. What would be revealed? What would Doth be revealed to be at that time, Matt? Around.
Doth ends up in a prison cell where he meets
Mhm.
Iori's incarnation, who asked him to do a job for him, which involved killing someone after they were wiped out of everyone's history and everyone's
Okay.
memory. Uh, and then after that happened, joining us again in the first world. That's what runs. And now Doth is on a path to being a more orderly person.
Did we
Doth is
realize
awesome.
Doth was under
Yeah, he's told us
Payde's
several
control?
times. No, we don't. Kratos control. Yeah, some of you do. I don't know if you do, but
But he said that. But Matt said that like made an announcement
oh yeah,
to all
Matt
of us.
did
Yeah.
tell all of you. So yeah. But now he's
Yeah.
not under Kratos control anymore. He's an Iori monk.
Yep. And then frick. You can continue with what has happened
So,
for.
anyways, in the first world, Alvera, being an assassin going after assassins on the group, but was revealed to Doth. However, Gavlon thinks she's a what was the term Will used? Oh yeah, he said that she murdered people who were trying to get her hand in marriage.
Oh my god. I forgot
Yeah.
about that.
1 second, Will is calling me. Yo, buddy, what's up? Okay, well, we are just doing a recap. Come back whenever you're ready. Okay. See ya. What did we see ya? His internet is down.
Oh, fun.
Yep. Anyway, some of you might have seen a little picture I popped up, and that is your that will be revealed as this wonderful picture will be revealed to you later on as to who it is.
Wow. Okay.
You're not. Are you in the thing yet, Sass? You in the Roll20?
I've been. Oh my gosh. My apologies. No, I am not in Old Training right now. I am in. I'm trying to get on right now. Sorry. Go. You may continue. I'm just gonna try and get on. ASAP.
No, it's
Oh,
fine.
the game
It's
is
in the
today.
art
Okay.
channel.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say let Sass haul his ass in. Let's continue the recap.
Yep. So, anyways, after the first world shenanigans, you guys end up going all the way back to the heartland of Taldor and Almos. The temple there is actually pretty easy because everything getting to the temple is the challenge of the temple. So, on your way to the temple, what happened, Alvara?
Oh dear God, I don't even remember that far.
Okay, then I will do it for you. You had your chance to
I am
make
sorry,
this
I don't
much...
remember much of the
Don't worry,
sessions.
don't worry. You had your chance to make this much more friendly towards your character. I'm joking. I love the character. Anyways, so you guys end up in a haunted house. Couple of you learn that Nihil is Matt's grandmother. That's an interesting change from the last time you were here with us, Zeros. On top of that, you guys ended up getting another base. So base number 3 is all moss. And taking some time to renovate and build team relationships. Anyways, Swashbuckler comes falling out of the sky, hitting Shadow in the head, and giving both of them concussions. And on top of that, Alvera decides to get rid of some champagne that is basically holy explosive bomb, or unholy explosive bomb, that, Matt keeps trying to pop a bottle open and they keep exploding. She decides to put that in a lake that has a tie to a particular part of the plane of water, which ends up dropping a whole case of bombs on top of the Marid Aquarius house that all then explode under the water pressure. Yeah. Anyway, so, we, use a wish. We technically summoned you, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Fuck off. Anyways, next thing you know, Alvera decides... Matt decides, okay, now I need to go back to what I was doing. I left some beer on the counter and some money for food. And Alvera's like, oh, beer. Anyway, she drinks, the beer is not meant to be consumed like regular beer. It is magical shit. It's like, how the other day and
the bad thing about it, she drank the whole entire fucking thing.
Which, by the way, has similar effects to, like, a wad. If you don't know what a wad is, I rolled a 42 in the Society game, where I met up with Yuki here. That was a failure by 2 on a hallucinogenic drug. So anyways, Alvera, being drunk as shit, decided, I'm hungry, I want food, and ends up starting a brawl amongst the entire organization, which is ended when she starts bleeding out because she, in her fox-like nature, decides to frantically dance for sausages that Gavilan had cooked to defuse the situation.
Oh, is this the one where I stabbed her in the boob?
Yes.
Yep.
Cool.
Yes, and me getting more into descriptive shit, decided to say which one in particular. Not important. What is important is Alvera the next day, hungover, blood loss, decides, fuck it, I don't want to be here to be lectured. And ends up walking into that lake and getting dragged into the plane of water, where originally the setup was half of you are going after freeing an elemental lord of water that is trapped here, and the other half of you are going after making sure Mob Boss doesn't get their wishes. Neither of these things worked, but you managed to get Aquaria off your back in the war and also actively helping you guys. So the Chilaxians were pushed back significantly because it's almost like, Andrin literally, the capital city of Almas is one of the hardest places to siege because, there are several ways of getting supplies in and out of the city, and you can't get all of them out of the way unless you have naval superiority. Cheliax does not have naval superiority over both Andrin and Taldor, who are both fighting Cheliax. Anyways, you guys find your way into Taldor, and who wants to take over telling the story from here? It's literally like the last 10 sessions from this point, Lewis, so you're almost caught up. Taking all volunteers before Sass, what happened in the... Sass?
Sorry, go ahead.
What happened in the last... what happened in Almas and Andoran after the Plane of Water?
So, after our shenanigans with... It's Aquaria, right?
Yes.
It's not Aquanet. Okay, Aquaria. We after our shenanigans in Aquaria, we did a little hopscotching across the plains. We got maybe you already covered this map, but we did we even met one of the Pathfinder Society, and then boom! As soon as we got our cool artifact we needed for the Sky Key, or I believe it's called, what's her name?
You got
we got caught by the troops. We got trapped. Go ahead. Yeah. And they're pretty hostile at that moment towards us.
To be fair, you did nearly get their emperor killed like 3 times in the past 24 hours. So, yeah.
Listen, this is my point of view we're talking about.
Yup.
From my perspective,
this is my story. You fuck off and let me talk.
For all I know, I've been doing the best. It's not like
I could have stuck that little bear out of fry.
None of it was your fault anyways. Continue.
It's not like I was the former, what's it called? Former evil incarnate or something. Real. Nothing of that.
Shut up. This is my story. All right, continue.
This is my story. So we were called in. We had a little as we're talking to the emperor. Was it Empress?
Empress.
Yeah.
Aurora,
yeah. I was talking to Aurora. Doth is getting a bit heated. We were able to steer we were able to steer the conversation, I guess, more favorably to us, but we were on thin ice at that time. Yeah. That's how it happened immediately, and then afterwards, the first one we first had.
Oh, right. Graves ended up joining you guys in the Plane of Water too. Right.
Yeah, that too. Did you
mention that I almost mention how you fucking exploded in the Plane of Water?
Did you mention back in the Plane of Water that I had a meet up with one of the knights of?
Oh yeah, Alec. You remember Alec, right, Lewis? From Age of Ashes.
Oh yes, I still own a document of his actually.
So,
that I carried with me by sheer coincidence.
Which
was not a coincidence, by the way.
In this version of things, this is like after the Age of Ashes story, which I've.
Please don't tell me that something happened to screw up him and his order.
No,
I actually kind of liked him.
To screw him or his order. He is now a general of the Hell Knights.
I had a entire deal of
also, Raphael might have killed some of his direct family members. And
listen, let me set it up. Let me give you the lob. So we got Matt is in back. We're rewinding time a bit. Matt back in the Plane of Water. He has to learn something. He's struggling up right now. So Alex Strasman knows this, and he's like, Raphael, you should try to convince Alec, the other dude who's supposedly on the opposing side, to help you. Shenanigans ensue. Raphael like talks in front of like Aquaria and Alec, and is like, Alex Straza, you're a favor, Alec. It's time for you to fulfill that favor. As soon as they get outside, he almost killed.
He almost
when
kills Raphael, yeah.
when like at first, this is before Matt. We're getting to that point, okay? Before that, Alec had a whole thing with Alex Straza, to the point where Alex Straza comes out of the book herself and talks to Alec directly after he hoisted me up by my collar. And it was like, how do you know Alex Straza? Boom, Alex Straza intervenes. And then it's like, oh, all right, fine. I'll do whatever for her. I'll do whatever. And then as I'll do whatever she wants me to, I'll help Matt. And then as Raphael is having a chill conversation with Alec, and is casually going to Matt, eventually they help Matt with whatever he's training for, and he goes out with Graves to attack far distant. I believe they were sharks, but I could be wrong.
Like
Yeah.
5 swarms of great white sharks. What could possibly go wrong?
That's not the important part, though.
How many ghosts does this guy talk to? That's a good
after-
question, random viewer. Raphael, how many ghosts does Raphael talk to?
We got 2. We got Ukta. Well, maybe he's not a ghost per se, but he is certainly a voice. Yeah, and he has Alex Straza right now.
Yeah.
Alex Straza within the book, and Ukta within the ball. When before that, we can talk about how he met up with Ukta before that, but I think the main part that is important here is after Raphael and Alec of the opposing side helped Matt with training by basically showing him a piece of paper. They go back as they're going back, and they're swimming back up because Matt was in the bottom of the sea. As the entire thing was back to the water plane. Alec was like, Raphael was like, I'm really, really sad and hope to redeem myself over all the lives that I've lost, over who I killed. And in that moment, Alec decides to go, yeah, I bet. And decides to take a swipe at Raphael. Now Alec is like he'll kill me immediately. Apparently, the story goes that I killed this immediate family when I was evil incarnate. But I lucked out on a destiny roll so much that Praedeth, of all people, comes in and intervenes.
Yes, with the line of, there are honor amongst these thieves.
Yep.
Yep.
And as he's going back, all the shenanigans ensue. As Raphael is running back to the embassy, it's revealed that Aquaria is revealed that Seth is revealing Aquaria is a bit of. That's when all the shenanigans ensue, escaping from the water plane. Yeah.
Yep, so long story short, Aquaria killed Seth's parents, Aquaria killed Alvara's father, Aquaria's an asshole, and congratulations, you are now banished from the plane of water.
Yeah, that was all while I was running back, and we were able to escape in that struggle. And then fast forward, we go through the water plane, we go through the different places, we get caught by Aurora's soldiers, yada yada, and now, after Aurora caught us, after we had that tense conversation, after Doth has spilled all the beans with her, Matt takes us aside for a bit of a briefing.
I think you mean spill the tea,
Yeah, Matt's briefing. Matt took us for yeah, because the tea was in that sense, when we were talking with Aurora, the tea was like a truth-making serum.
Sorry, no. The term you're looking for doesn't involve spill, because both spill the beans and spill the tea mean the same thing. No.
Well, he said tea.
Yeah, no. We're thinking of stirring the pot, is what Doth was doing. He was stirring the pot.
Sorry, yeah, he was stirring the pot. Yeah. after that whole ordeal, Matt the next day be like, you know what, we're good. Right now, we can relax. There's a tournament going on that we need to impress some ambassadors to help solidify an alliance, but otherwise, we're good. When we can totally relax right now.
And
Poor Shaq.
meanwhile, Matt gets kidnapped.
Yeah. Yeah, and Alvara's mom came in that exact room and is like, yo, we should have a total
Again, I'm
argument
signing a
in the
petition
middle of
for a
the
leash.
well,
Why
I
are
didn't
you
know
trying to put a Calistrian on a leash? Sounds pretty kinky.
Alvara's mother
It's a
was
child
in
leash,
that.
damn it!
And that was Alvara's mother
We're
was at
keeping each other together.
One
I swear to
second,
God.
1 second.
Alvara's mother was at court. So while the meeting was going on, Glinda is being a bit of a bitch and is like, you know what? I'm trapping you on here. I'm
A
taking
bit
Matt
of
out.
a bitch. I would take the bit part out of that.
Glinda's
So-
being a bitch. Glinda
What-
has Glinda
I know,
has a
it's
problem
sorry.
with all of you because you're getting in the way of her well-placed plans.
Yeah, after we did that
Don't
meeting,
fuck
and
with
then,
a spy master's plans.
listen, I can listen. It's not my fault that Glinda's the spy master and is pissed off. Anyways, we have Matt. She basically forces Matt out of the room of the meeting room after he told us out and just try to get these ambassadors. And she comes in and is like, you know what, Alvaro, you should talk with your mom. And she locks us in there. Locks the entire team in there to deal with this. And the whole shenanigans that this is happening, Raphael goes into like a sudden dream with Alex Straza in tow. I forgot what it is. And
There's just these two arguing, and
Alex-
suddenly Raphael's just like, alright, I'm out. Fucking passes out this chair.
Doesn't
I
even
think-
like
yeah.
pass out like voluntarily. He gets shocked into unconsciousness.
Sorry, that roll was a mistake.
all good.
Don't worry
Yeah,
about
and
it.
when he come and when they're still arguing, and when boom outside a figure of Alex Straza's form is carrying Matt away from port, and we can all see it from the window. What is happening? Apparently, the entire time, Glinda's caster, the casters under Glinda's care, the magic they put up, that magic has been dispelled
Temporarily
or
dispelled,
counteracted
yeah.
or whatever has been dispelled, and Matt has been taken. Would you
Yep.
like to talk about what happened, Matt? Go ahead.
Yeah, so Matt ends up getting freed pretty quickly, but he's like, no, fuck it. I have a chance to save my mentor. I'm not having a thing happen to me again. And then
happened to him
he ends up going with Graves to save Alexstrasza. For what reason, Raphael? You will get a hero point if you can remember this reason and the
Yeah.
name. So, long story short,
hold on.
while Matt decides, fuck
Sorry.
it, I'm gonna go off, Alvaro's like, fuck it, this person's Praedyth murdered my father, he's about to murder my best friend. And she jumps out the window, because she's under mind control. Because of Replica.
Oh yeah.
Which is not someone... Look, we'll get into the whole Nihil cultist later on. Replica is basically a clone of Nihil based around her envy. That's the thing. Anyways... and then Doth is like, well, I know where Praedyth would hang out. I could get to him first and hopefully talk him into giving us some information. And then Raphael's like, oh, there's a church we can go to.
That's
for
Melody
help.
and
Yeah,
Melody
Melody
and,
and Diana. What could possibly go
Diana.
wrong? And Maple's
Listen,
like,
nothing's wrong.
Maple's like, I'll be Buck, and starts tracking Alvara.
I'll be back.
And then Shadow ends up trying to calm down Aurora, who's like, what the fuck? And he's like, look, this is Matt we're talking about. He once punched an entire horde of zombies. One
It's a Matt.
zombie in the horde of zombies and killed the entire horde. That
Listen,
was
Matt is
indeed a
OP.
thing that
Basically, he's the main character in this world, so you don't worry about it.
happened. It's a well-built Magus. Well-built Maguses are horrifying.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Anyways, so, you know, Shadow's comforting her, and then Shadow's god Apsu's like, hey, good fucking job, my dude. fuck it, let me help you find Alvera so you can end all of this. And Shadow manages to end up getting to Alvera, calming down the situation with her, tricking her into going back to the building, and then ends up getting Melody to dispel, quote unquote, the effect.
What happened with Raphael? Would you like to say what happened to Raphael?
You can say what happened with Raphael over there. Doth ends up getting the information out of Pranith, and Pranith dips, and then Doth tells everyone the information, and then what ended up happening with Raphael?
So he budges in the whole church. Everyone's going to church right now, and he budges in. It's like,
Technically, the Church of Eridan is somewhere where the two hang out, but it's not a Church of Iomade. It's a Pathfinder Society lodge.
Yeah, good point. I forgot it's a Pathfinder lodge. It's
because they bought it for cheap.
And everyone's like, Raphael, you're that evil incarnate dude from long way back.
No, not everyone. Diana's just like pulls out her weapon when she sees you, and everyone else like, fuck it.
Oh, only her. Only she remembers. Okay. Cool. I was like, oh, I came into an entire place where everyone remembers my past. Well, shit. But only Diana remembers, and I assume some other people do. Some select people do. So I'm able to talk to Diana and Melody, and pointing to a place in Matt's journal where he talks about basically a surrogate father, so to say.
Yeah, old human war priest of Iomade that ended up dying in the fall of Corleone.
Basically, if Matt,
what's his name? Hero point to anyone who remembers the shit.
Hold up.
You should know half of it. He shares one with you.
He shares one with me.
Technically, the first name starts with the same letter as yours too.
Rasputin. I don't remember. Go ahead.
Rudolphus Maximus.
Wow. Unrelated, by the way, but
unrelated because one of you is. Oh no, I said he was a dwarf. One of you, which was incorrect, but one of you is a human, and the other one of you is an elf, and you're both around the same age. If you were still both alive.
Yeah, no relation. We have so that scenario. Basically, the lesson from that is Matt will go through hell itself to get Alexstrasza back, if it means going through hell itself. And basically, the lesson from that is he's gonna get her, no matter the cost, no matter who's gonna prevent it. And
big dumb hero mode activate.
It's an anime. Go ahead.
Anyway, so Seth, Silver, and Gavilan go meet Graves. Matt gets his ass kicked at JPEG because Nihil doesn't actually want to kill him because she finds him to be interesting because one of her abilities doesn't work on him. Damn,
that JPEG really be fine.
Anyways, what JPEG? Oh, by the way,
I don't know.
Speaking of which, here's the picture for you, Sass, that I was showing earlier. Who's that character?
You sending that to me?
Or no, it's on the Roll20 page.
I
just Shift-Z'd it.
Did you? I can't see it. What?
Maybe we're on the wrong map. No,
I'm on the
right map. No, right? I said maybe I'm on the wrong map. Shipsy.
I'm on. Okay, now I'm getting something loading in. Oh. He looks fine, right?
This is this Bridget-looking character.
Just ignore the burning hellscape behind her.
Yeah. Yeah. Frick.
Anyways,
she's totally not gonna kill someone.
She's totally not gonna kill a lot of people. Anyways, not important. What is important is that ends up being a whole nothing burger, and then Gavilan, one of the things you discover in Almas, Gavilan's a lineage, part of a Tengu royal bloodline over in Tien.
Damn, you really do feel you
And
find
then
my...
Gavilan just acted like himself in front of his parents. And we have your betrothed went from, we have your betrothed, we'll wait for your journey to finish, to full stop, you ain't going anywhere, bitch, you are insane, and we need to get you wed so you can have happy, normal children. And then that wedding happens, you guys end up fighting some samurai, and then you guys end up fighting an Armstrong rebellion. Finding out about a time travel and interdimensional deity known as Luca. And then, there's suddenly some weird part to this treaty where it has to be signed in, the actual building of the main, allies, main office, right? So the throne room of Taldor, throne room of whatever, right? So now you guys are escorting Matt and Aurora back to Taldor in separate transport vessels, or transport caravans. And you guys run into a little girl named Lapis, Rune Maker, who currently the only person who has any idea what the Rune Maker name is linked to is Raphael.
We were skipping all the boat stuff and all the the time when Sven met with the... Oh, that was during. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
All the boat stuff?
The boat stuff where we talked to the boatmaster and then...
when
we went to the church.
Right. Also, apparently Matt's afraid of pirates. Totally none of that will be relevant.
Afraid of pirates, yeah. Okay. But the important part is when Sven Runemaker showed up to all of us in the church.
And then Alvaro shot herself.
And made her shot herself.
And sterilized herself in the process.
We resolved that through Polistrian shenanigans.
And Alvaro learns out that she didn't just have one bad parent, but both her parents were shit. Hooray! Also, you found out if you clap a particular way, Matt stands at attention with a salute.
Oh, that's his... Wow, clap. Oh, yeah. A very interesting clap. Go ahead.
Yes. No, it is literally just a particular clap, because that means someone's about to get their ass whooped if they're not behaving. That, literally, it's like operant conditioning with that shit. Anyways, currently you guys met with Lapis, and I'm going to skip the shenanigans that were going to happen on day 1. Day 2, you learned a bunch of rumors about what's going on in the town around you. In this town very close to the capital of Taldor, Opara, you find out that Lapis's brother is Fear Incarnate. His wife is also a high-ranking member of the Church of Nihil, and probably at this party on Saturday, everybody in this village is going to die if you do nothing. And probably all of you are going to die if you do nothing. Also, Matt's pretty sure he's going to die, regardless of what happens. And has told everyone, yeah, just keep going if I die. And that's currently where we're at the moment. The night of the meeting where all that shit went down. Oh, and Alvaro forgave Pradith. Hooray!
Really?
Yes, and even more importantly, Raphael, Alvura is willing to make amends with her mother.
Yeah, she's on her way to forgive her mother even, too.
Okay.
Just the person who covered up her father's murder is getting forgiven first.
Yeah, quite literally then and there in front of the few people that were there. Just fucking sits up. Okay, man, I'm sorry. Shake hands on it. Alright, we Gucci.
Hey, at least you made Matt happy before his inevitable demise. Which brings me to our first break from the Silence Company for tonight. Because I now have to think after that hour recap of how to introduce the new character. So we'll be right back. 5-6 minutes. Anyways, we are back. Introductions have not been done yet because we want to do a recap, a very long ass recap, so that the new player got all the details they needed about what's going on. And with that being said, I'm now going to do our introductions, for who I've got with me at the moment. So, right below me in this wonderful call, we've got Memetic Monike.
That's me.
And tell us about yourself, Memetic.
I'm your cleric druid for the night. Keep you alive.
Okay,
That's
okay.
it.
He is also joked about as being the Maple Leaf Terminator.
Yep.
Then below him, we have everyone's. Honestly, there's a lot of amnesiacs now. I can't say favorite. But we got everyone's amnesiac. Hello, Sauce.
Who am I? Why am I here?
Okay, not okay. Tell us about your character, Sauce, and about yourself.
Why am I okay? Okay. I'm a wizard. I'm a universalist wizard. I'm Raphael. Uh, I my character's done some bad stuff, but he seeks to do better than what he was before he lost his memories.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Below Mr. Sasquatch, we've got the current person who does almost all of the art on this channel. Hello, Silver.
Woohoo!
Hello.
Also, just to show the new guy some of the art, this is Silver's character, which she drew herself.
Because I needed a very up-to-date drawing because the last one she had was very old. It was disgusting.
No, the last one she had was on paint. And it was amazing for a paint drawing.
Oh yeah, no, but I mean like the first.
The first one was a little chibi drawing, which I liked.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was the first one I had. I forgot that I did the MS Paint one too.
Yeah, what do you think of this, Mr. Yuki Terumi?
Where did you post it?
Oh, I Shift Z'd it on the Roll20, so if you look on the Roll20, it should pop up. If not, I can Shift Z it again.
I don't see it.
Okay, stay on the Roll20, and then I press Shift Z on a character after clicking it. Should pop up.
Ah, that's nice.
Yes. Silver does good work. She also did a little comm for me. So the Empress of Taldor, I got a comm for Silver, and I'll show that to you too. So you know sort of the other half of this, but we've got Aurora Montesquieu.
Nice.
Yep. Anyways, and finally, we have one of my favorite players I've had in the past, who I've re-invited back into the fold. And, you know, glad to have him back. One of the... Honestly, I'm going to say it. You said every rogue should be creative, and you do a good job at being a creative rogue. So, welcome back, Yuki.
Hey there. My in-game name is Zeros. Last name and surnames kept hidden, obscured intentionally. True names and all that for extraplanar beings. But anyway,
You'll find out about names
I
later.
am a rogue. I have basically the same stuff as everybody else. I rolled up my character in advance, though, knowing that I was going to have this and pre-planned it, taking a day to do it. So
Well-
it's like, my character always tends to come off as a Gary Stew in campaigns, and I'm kind of worried about this one being the same, but we'll see what happens.
To be fair, this is a character who's got the... who's typically built well enough that it makes sense. It's not a matter of necessarily being overpowered because, you know, you roll well and you make characters well. It's typically how that ends up being the case.
To me, it's not as much as how you roll or what's on your sheet as how you use it, honestly.
Yeah, creativity is the best part about all of this. But we're actually going to we actually are going to I'm sorry. I'm waiting for yeah, so Carl will be here shortly. Uh so as we're beginning today, we're beginning where we left off 2 weeks ago on Saturday at the bar. We're gonna say everyone's here, and you're all sort of moseying around the various parts of the bar because your tab's been paid in full, or is going to be paid by someone else in full at the end of all of this. So, you're enjoying cigars, you're enjoying alcohol, whatever you want. And, as you're
Even
moseying
though Alvera
about...
shouldn't be, but you know what? She
Yeah,
still is.
Alvera shouldn't be, especially when it's like, I'm gonna die! Speaking of people who might be drinking a bit too heavily, hey, as you guys... So, you guys might stumble across a table that has the words, warning, wads, 2 gold.
Oh God.
Do any of you want Praedith to pay 2 gold for you to have a wad? It says a wad. So, to be more specific about it, it says, great at curing excess anxiety and or stress. Below it. What about you, Raphael? You feel like having a wad?
With Praedith?
No, they're on a table that says wads, 2 gold.
Wads.
They're great. They're apparently great at curing
Oh, I
excess
thought you said wads. You didn't say wand? Okay,
No, I
thought you
said
said wads.
Wads. Like, wads are a little purpley substance that you eat.
I thought you said wads instead of. Okay, yeah, okay. It is what you said. I thought you were clarifying it as wands.
No.
Go ahead. So they're purple-like substance. All right, I'm gonna roll to see what this is.
That sounds like a crafting check.
All fine by me.
Of course, just to clarify, I'm only saying that Alvera shouldn't be drinking because of her fucking
Raphael,
wounds.
This is actually one of the best calming medications that money can buy.
I buy it.
Okay, so are you gonna eat it? Because you eat it. It's like a little substance you eat.
How much can I? Okay, I'll eat part of it. I'll take a bite.
Make me a fort save.
Yay!
That is a crit failure.
Holy crap! Really?
Yeah. What is your modifier? Oh, it's you rolled an 18. You can't do anything other than fail this. So
what? I thought you said it was a calming thing.
It is a calming thing because
Does
fun
it
fact,
put me out?
it's hard. No, it doesn't knock you out. It's a hallucinogenic. It's
wow! I would have
like
liked that information.
To be fair, it is calming, but you also crit failed the crafting check to figure out what this is. So yeah, so you immediately feel like you're under the effects of a reverse gravity spell, and like all the colors in the place are all shifted like up a scale, like shiny Pokemon.
Yo,
So like suddenly Alvera's lava looks green. It's a good trip though. It's a good
wow, you look like a lava lamp, dude. Oh my god.
The DC is a 44, by the way. But you do feel calmer.
Just I would gamble on that, but I don't even know what my fucking thing is.
Nah, go ahead, gamble on it.
I need to pull up the sheet first, although the sheet is very laggy again.
I think I need to take a seat, dude.
Alright, need to wait for this to load.
So everyone, what is everyone? How does Praedith respond to me? Just the hallucinogenic.
You just had a wad. It's fine.
Uh,
Well, I mean, it could be better, but
dude,
Let me know when I'm good.
you. I'm having.
So, while they're going around trying to solve their anxiety, Graves is drinking alone at a table.
I'm
And
getting secrets of
there,
the world right now. Dude.
and there's your cue, Mr. Yuki.
Oh, finally loaded.
While they're going around trying wads.
Oh god, I'm not. I'm not trained at all in crafting.
I
Oh
walk
no.
in casually.
And you
Ah.
see a few familiar faces to you. You see Matt talking to Pradith. Pradith and Matt both are familiar faces to you. And you see Graves, your best friend from 2 other timelines.
I know
Matt.
Graves taking 10. Hell, I could take a 5 on my lore skill and no Graves.
Oh yeah, no. They're recognizable enough, right? Like walking in, you see 3 people immediately that are recognizable. No one too well significant outside of that. New faces, basically, outside of that. Yes,
Matt.
you will definitely will get the same results as Raphael Silver. So go ahead and eat the wad.
Do it, do it, do it, dude.
Am I just
I'm
rolling
having
the crafting
biggest
and then fortitude
insights of the
after?
world right now.
Yeah, just roll the fortitude, and you'd be under the same effects as Sass.
You
Anyways,
do not
Oh,
believe.
so I'm just rolling the fortitude.
right.
then?
We're
Oh, yeah,
going
no,
to
it's-
take a second so I can give introduction here for a second.
Oh, go ahead.
Yep. So yeah, you walk up to Graves. Is that what I heard you say?
No, I walk into the bar first and go looking around. Proper Feywild establishment. My character is decked out in his crystal plate mail, but otherwise wearing casual gear. My weapon is stowed in my bag of holding currently,
Mm-hmm.
as are everything but a single sort of conspicuous looking set of they look like pieces of wood in a bolt rack.
Yep.
A proper Feywild establishment. I say with my Destin symbol clearly in view on my chest. You know what? I knew that Graves would have good taste, I said, muttering to myself. I go to the barkeep. Hey, refreshments are on me for everybody tonight. Mind if I
Then,
provide some music?
then the barkeep says, "No, sure, go ahead." By the way, you did provide music. I'm in the process of getting that very quickly, so it'll actually
I
be
may not
playing
be a
on the roll
bard
20 in a
myself,
second.
but here's something from one of my favorite composers of the Feywilds. I say as I take one of the they look like bolts. I pull one off the rack out of here and crack it with my hand.
Mm-hmm. And I will start playing that music in a second. The roll 20 is where I will post a lot of the music from because they have a better music bot, a more reliable music bot. You are welcome to give that song if people want to listen to it beforehand, but I'm in the middle of getting it at the moment.
Sure, I'll post it in Discord.
Yep.
So meanwhile, I'm not able to re-roll that, am I?
You won't get a success.
Oh, damn, Alvera. Damn.
Oh
Thank you,
yeah. I see the wads casually on the table as I walk in, right?
Yep.
Oh no.
Just taking 10 at a glance on Pandemonium lore, I look at them and know that fully seasoned adventurers that have already completed the end of their road use these things as drugs in the afterlife. They're the hallucinogenic equivalent of a tank buster.
They're like acid on steroids, yeah. So, yeah. In this
I chuckle
particular
as I look at 'em.
setting, they are on a table that seems to be themed off of the Fae, off of the First World. So, yeah, that is a very good assumption there. Also, they're based off of the first world, which should have been your first clue, not to eat it. But don't worry, it's fine. You guys will get the opportunity to come down before the storm. And
I was gonna say when is Alvera gonna get scolded considering the fact she shouldn't even be touching this shit to begin with?
don't worry about it. Continue on for a second, Zeros.
Oh no.
So I walk up to the barkeep and go, "Oh yeah, a couple shots of moonlight mead for myself. Don't mind me, I'm kind of a lightweight."
No problem. So, tell me, what brings you into town?
Oh, I heard some friends of mine were stopping by. Speaking of, hey, Graves, I say, waving at him.
And the bartender says, "Oh, right, sorry. You must. This place is separated sound-wise, so if you want to go to that gentleman, he might see you waving, but can't exactly hear you."
Yeah, he's probably had a few. I may want to go over there personally.
Yep.
I walk over to Graves.
And he looks at you and says, "Hey, what's up? You look new."
Yeah, you don't, but that's okay. Anyway, heard you all staged a hell of a rebellion on behalf of Desna in that one town in the fight pits.
Oh yeah, yeah. They held me as a slave for years. It was a good old bit of revenge. Personally, a worshiper of Cade and Kalian myself, but hey, not a huge fan of worshippers of Zon Kuthan.
Yeah, teach their own as far as deities. As long as people aren't being an ass, I usually don't let it get to me. But
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
speaking of that op, I heard that you know somebody that likes to give people jobs instead of looking over in Matt's direction.
That depends. What do you do? Because honestly, you don't seem. And like Graves notices your holy symbol of Desna. He doesn't remember you from that organization, but he's basically making an assumption that maybe they sent someone to get him. So he's asking, well, what do you do? And you knowing Graves from an alternate version of this, you know how to read him pretty well. You aren't going to require sense motive checks on this guy. Also, he does not have deception as a skill, so he can literally be read by a book by most people, but they require at least an attempt. You don't.
Yeah, it's just me poking a little fun at Graves because I know he's probably drunk enough already that it'll just roll off.
Yep.
Yeah, I do a bit of everything to be honest. I'm a follower of Desna and I heard about your work. And I must say, I am for the most part quite impressed. You also met someone that I've known before, Alec, I believe.
Oh, Alec? Yeah, last time I
Yeah.
remember, he tried to kill Raphael. And he looks over at Raphael, looks like he's tripping balls at the moment.
Who is it? And they tried to come. Yeah, go ahead.
Nah, remember, separation. You guys are at Table of Feywilds, Graves is over at Luna, so.
Who is? Yeah, but who is the
Uh,
character again?
No, he's saying, "Oh yeah, I know Alec," and Graves is like, "Yeah, I think he tried to
Oh,
kill
okay, gotcha,
Raphael, who's currently tripping balls right now."
Yeah, if that ever comes up again, I could help smooth things out on that front.
Oh, yeah, in that case, that would go over really well, because Alec was pretty cool up until that point, so we don't like killing people who might ultimately help with making a more stable society for the world.
Individual with a lot of connections, to be honest.
Yeah, you seem like one. But, this is a mercenary company. If I'm gonna pitch you as a potential for a job, I want to know what you're good at. I know you're.
Well, my otherworldly armor here that I'm wearing doesn't make me look like an adventurer type, huh? I guess it is kind of glamored to look normal-ish, I say.
And he
Um,
says, "Well, armor's one thing, but what about a weapon? I saw you had that fancy bolt there that started playing the song. By the way, the converter is not working on the Roll20 at the moment for the music, so I just can't get it to work in the Roll20. So I'm gonna bring in the music bot, mute them, kick them out, and you can use that as the jukebox for today. Uh, so actually,
okay.
one second. Go on, Lewis.
I pull out from my backpack carefully. I reach in to my bag of holding and show him my currently unloaded crossbow as well with its runes on it. I'm a bit of a range specialist when it comes to combat. I wear armor that looks like it's plate mail, but it's light and allows mobility. And I am quite great at subterfuge. Well, you'd naturally think that given that I'm a man of such connections.
Yes.
Also, noteworthily, despite being one of those shadowy types, um, I don't steal.
Well, that's good to know.
I, on principle, do not steal. Not even from people that I don't know.
Despite the boss's father being a notorious thief, he's not a big fan of them himself. So, good to know that. Means I don't have to be as well, let's just say I don't know how to tell a lie to save my life. Leave it at that. But anything in particular skill wise you do well at? Are you a little bit of a skill monkey? You know how to do
You'd be better
everything.
off asking what I don't do.
Okay. Well, currently one of our members is off on their own journey, and you seem like someone who could fill in for that position pretty good at the moment. So let me introduce you to the guy. And he walks up and is like, I'll follow you over and I'll put in a good word for you.
Sounds good.
So, you walk over back to the bar and Graves says, "Hey, Matt, this guy is pretty good at almost everything. Better question he told me is asking him what he can't do. He's a follower of Desna, heard what we did for them, and is wanting to help us do what we need to get back to that front. What do you say? Want to give this guy a job?" And Matt just sort of looks at you and says, "Well, let's let this man talk for himself. Tell me a bit about yourself. What's your name? Where do you come from? Fine with you not saying too much of the second thing. Don't worry. It's not important where you come from in this organization. Just a matter of, trying to do the right thing where you can. I wouldn't necessarily say that we're necessarily trying to force good to happen in the world, but we're trying to bring about order and, sort of balance to the world as it is. That makes sense.
Heh. Well, it sounds like I fell in with the right group after all, I say with a smirk. I
Ah,
go ahead and just brush my hair out of my eyes, making a motion as if I'm removing a mask and just releasing it to the wind with my left hand. Yeah,
yes.
I guess I'll go ahead and be blunt with you. My name is Zeros, and I'm from Pandemonium, but I'm an agent of the Central Force itself. And I was sent here because I heard that you could use some assistance. By Desna herself, no less.
Ah, yes. And for the audience at home, as well as everybody else in the tabletop, here is a picture of Zero. So I'm gonna shift Z it.
Solo?
Zeros.
Oh, I thought you said zero.
Nah, Zeros.
Okay, zero. Okay.
So
He
this is
seems
what.
pretty. This is being pretty wounded.
No, that's I don't think that's wounded. I think that's muscle, my man.
No, no, the scratches. Do you see?
Oh, you mean
Do you
like
not
the
see that?
clothing? I don't.
The
I think
okay,
the.
yeah, that's
Oh
what
yeah,
I'm
there's
referring to.
Yeah, yeah. I think. Well, uh, I think a more fitting picture might actually be the token for what you would see in this moment. Because like the
Okay.
token, I use token stamp to just get the face. Which reminds me, I have some things I need to do for that token. Not important. So he's like, I see. Does another herself, eh? And he sort of like looks down and is like, and you hear him mutter to himself, oh, gosh dang it, I knew this deal would have consequences. And he looks up and he's like, okay, I absolutely understand why you're here. And if you're looking for a job with us, I'm more than willing to offer one.
Oh, you're welcome. By the way, I'm not looking for any payout other than what I find along the way. The dividends from the journey are more than enough for me.
Oh, well, to be fair, the dividends from the journey are one source of payment, but it would be unfair for me not to offer you any pay because I'm not the one writing the checks. Technically, if you're joining our organization, you're going to be an extension of a mercenary group that's aimed as a that's paid as peacekeeping force by the Taldane Federation. So
Ice piece,
salary,
correct?
ice piece, yes. Salary is not something you have to worry about. You don't have to worry about being so, so willing to join us because the paycheck comes for all of us, regardless of, you know, whether or not we find anything on a week. We can talk about that pay later on, but let me ask you a question. Do you have any idea of what's going on here at the moment? If not, I can fill you in.
Oh, I, as a matter of fact, know enough about the things prior to the current events in this town, and more. But let me know in detail about recent events that you're worried about. So that's what I'm concerned with.
So, not so much worried about them per se, but, you know, been having a odd dream for years that I'd end up dying in this place. I think that's gonna end up coming true. My
No,
second
well,
in, and he looks over at Pradith, he looks over at you, he looks over at Graves, and he's like, "Hey, would you join me upstairs for a second, Zeros?
sure.
I think I might have." And he walks upstairs and he's like, "You see his table up there?" And he's like, he walks you over there and he's like, "Okay, look, you apparently know enough about what's going on here. You're right. That's not gonna happen. Okay, but I need you to just blatantly lie to everyone else about it because I need them to think I'm dead." For a whole purpose of outing a mastermind behind an assassination plot. At the end of the day, I'm gonna be fine. You're right, but I sort of have a plan here. It sort of needs to go through. So can you?
Sure, but I want to let you know in advance that I'm trying to stop what happened the last time. The
Sure.
last time we did manage to foil the plot in the end that was at hand with Nihil and her cultist, but two major things went wrong, if you're curious.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Firstly, and most importantly to the world at large, um, the trade war involving war profiteering from Nihil herself, given that she is a merchant Well, calling her just a merchant lady is an understatement.
Oh. Oh,
Um,
no. Okay. So I think I think you might actually have an idea of what's going on, but so no. At the moment, I'm not going up against Nihil. It's a different plot I'm trying to thwart at the moment. My wife has an assassination attempt almost on the daily, based off of another claimant to the throne of Taldor. You know, it's Taldor. Political assassinations are pretty common. So I'm trying to fake my own death so that this very typically careful person will stop acting careful because they see a golden opportunity to seize the throne, while masquerading as someone else. The fight against Nihil is far off at the moment, from what I can currently gauge.
so you need to fake your death, huh?
I've got
Well, since it's just the three of us here,
no. I've actually got a golden ticket for that already. It's just a
you got a
matter of
golden ticket?
Yeah.
I was about to show you these lovely bolts of stabilization I've got here that'll help you fake that pretty easy if you want me to take any part of that.
So fun fact, you see, and he like pats his bare hips. There should be an orb on my right hip. No one's noticed it's not there. That orb allowed me to create this temporary clone of myself that's going to actually die. But it won't cause me the consequences of death, just a tenth of whatever it does to actually end up dead. And I know what's going to happen to this clone. And I know that it won't kill the other version of me. So I have not just a fully planned out way of faking my death, but it's going to be so believable that even Nihil's going to be shocked by it. But yeah, no, you have bolts of stabilization. That you are going to be very useful. So what I would like to ask you to do, since you seem to know a lot about what's going on, and you're trying to stop things from playing out how they did the last time, that case, I could use a man making sure that these guys don't get up to too much trouble and knowing that I'm alive at the end of the day. So, here's your first assignment if you choose to accept it. Play along with everything they do, but make sure they don't end up getting themselves killed before I can reunite with you guys. This whole rooting out the assassination attempt thing should take about, and he sort of like taps his foot and his arm while they're crossed and says, about a week, right? So after whatever happens to this version of me happens, a week later, we can reunite in Opara. But make sure that unless it is to further, long story short, the person I think is behind the assassination attempts is a warden of prison in Opara, off the coast of Opara. So if you guys try and like go into that place to take out the warden for whatever reason, sure, go ahead. Other than that, make sure they don't do anything too stupid.
Wait a second. Opara. That name sounds... I'm actually going to have to roll for this.
Yeah, this is one of those things. It's the alternate timeline lore, but yeah. There we go.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
That is a nice one. So, Opara does sound familiar. However, based upon what you currently know about this version of events, it's not quite relevant yet. Opara, in your version of this whole run through, the last time you went around this whole charade, that Opara held one of the seal fragments in it.
Yes, if I recall, I was detoured directly there to grab the artifact and come back.
Not that one was actually one of the ones you hadn't quite visited yet. So, in last time we got to TN, and then we stopped at the TN thing. Or no, we got to alchemical bone croupiers. That was a mistake, and I've learned from that. Much have I learned from that mistake. But after that, you were going to Mendez, or the Crusader lands, right? And then you were heading to Taldor. So that was like stop number 2. It wasn't quite. There were some shenanigans you were gonna have to do there, right? It wasn't quite ready for Taldor yet. But what the reason you remember Taldor is because Gurkfall's not allowed in Taldor, because Sarenrae worship is not allowed in Taldor. And also another interesting thing, difference between this version of Matt and the other version of Matt. The other version of Matt was more of a charisma person, right? This one seems very more on the intellectual side of things. Like, this is a magus versus the other one was a monk sorcerer mix, right? So this version seems to be a more practical tactician type leader. So honestly, it's on a better space to begin with than the last version. Because, this time you have someone who's at a helm, who is willing to listen to people, willing to use the tool he has at his disposal, and is not a complete and total dumbass outside of being charismatic.
So, recapping. In the interest of keeping this timely for the sake of the party, the names of the 2 towns were, since I recall those successfully.
The town, the name of the 2 towns,
The town that we're going to in a week, as well as the town that I went to in the past, that I was detoured to.
The town you were detoured to, you were dim-doored to, like a place in like a ruin of a town called Corleone. In this version of
How's that spelled?
Corleon.
And the name of the town that we're supposed to be at in a week is
Oppara. Oppara.
okay.
PP.
So, with that being said, Matt says, you need any further instruction on this?
No, we're good. Basically, you want me to play along and keep everybody alive for a week and meet you in Opara.
Yes, and if you somehow get swept into trying to break into a prison led by someone named Thesa Dragnu, you are more than You are more than welcome to go ahead and do that, just as long as you can make sure they avoid people who will obviously get them killed, unless you notice someone who has a similar build to me running around in the prison. In which case, just keep going to whatever your goal is there. Long story short, in a week, I plan to have ousted that person as the mastermind behind these assassination plots, and also start breaking my own way in. So having you guys there as backup would be great. Make sense?
So potentially go to the prison if need be, if I had the opportunity. Got it.
Don't stop them. Like, don't make it feel like it's suspicious to go in the place. If they're gonna go in there naturally, go with them. Just make sure they don't do anything to get themselves killed.
Well, you see, I am a master of subterfuge to some extent, but my tactic is quite brilliant, honestly. You see, I don't actually break the law.
Yes.
You'll get used to it.
I'm certain I will. And I'm honestly not going to turn away someone who knows about things going on, who is actually able to talk to me about those things. We have another time traveler. We have 2 time travelers in the group. One of them is Gurkfall, don't know his last name, doesn't really say much of anything. And the other is a guy named Lucas Seaver. Again, amnesiac, doesn't remember anything. So, your
Gurkfall?
advice, Gurkfall?
Yeah, Isn't he a walking cannon, basically?
Yep, that's a good
No
way of
offense,
describing
but
it. Yeah.
okay. I think we're good.
Okay, cool. So, one
Dude.
final thing. Is there any way you could keep him preoccupied for about 12 hours?
What day?
Today. I
Today?
today, yes. Because
Out of
our
character, what time is it currently?
it's like midnight. So like until noon tomorrow. Actually, I have a way you can help keep them preoccupied.
I
Like
literally bought them free refreshments at a free bar of their choosing for a night. They're
yeah,
going to be out until noon anyway.
that's fine. In that case, if they're going to be out until noon anyways, can you do
I'll keep
something?
watch.
Keep watch. I was actually going to say, could you like spread a rumor around the town that there's a festival going on in the middle of the woods about 2 miles towards Opara? Trust me, it'll make sense
One
in 12
moment.
hours.
I say, thinking about it with a hand to my chin and a smile. Yeah, when they pass out, I'll go find a room separately outside of the pub.
Yeah, sounds good. By the way, it's not a rumor. I have actually set up for there to be a festival there for the purpose of making sure only we'll call it less significant
Hold on.
casualties.
Keep me in the dark on that exactly. And I think that everything will work just fine, okay?
Okay?
Oh, okay.
So, I'm going to need everyone, aside from Zeros, Graves, and Matt, to make 3 more fort saves. 3 of them things? 3 of them things.
Hey, but I don't drink.
Nah, man, you can
How-
take it in
how
through
many?
your roots. 3.
Oh,
So I
boy.
crit succeeded.
Yeah, to be honest, Maple, there are other ways that you could have some fun here.
I
Long
I don't
story.
think my father would be too proud.
Well, one of the things I will point out is there's this weird lamp. Feels nice sitting in it. It's light. That's what your fort save is, by the way, Maple. Weird light lamp. Intoxicating light rays.
Okay.
So, Raphael, the first 3 rounds of drinks goes well. The second 3 rounds of drinks puts you in an absolute stupor on top of your wad. And the final round of drinks puts you into that little state where you're good to be taken back to a place where you can sleep for until about noon tomorrow. Alvera, by the end of the second round, you're about unconscious. The third round of drinks is like, the third set of 3 rounds is like, I don't think I've ever been this intoxicated before. Pass out.
Wow.
I mean, again, why are we allowing her to drink and do anything
And
she
then,
shouldn't be?
Maple, that intoxicating light rays is not alcohol. It's actually like a more like just chilling effect. So while you're basically helping carry people back to a bed at this point, you're fine. But also, if these idiots are going to get in trouble, it's going to be when they wake up. So, you're preoccupied, waiting for morning, sleeping, and making sure they get back up to full blown, like, hangover type of hangover.
All right.
And, so when you guys wake up, you all head out into the courtyard. There's a little playground where Matt is watching over Lapis. And there's a weird stranger alongside him. And Graves. And this is where you can introduce yourself to the rest of the party, Zeros. At least the people who are here at the moment. But before you do that, Matt says, oh yeah, by the way, while you guys were knocked out, they moved up the party to tonight.
Oh, by the way, you can have me roleplay it out, but in the interest of time, if you don't want me to, I have
We have
the
a lot
feats
of
necessary.
time. We have a lot of time, actually. Like, today is a
Yeah.
longer session than normal, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You-
I mean, like,
Also...
in addition to a home in every port, I also have this up my sleeve.
Oh, yeah, no, you don't need to
I can get you housing at the nicest place in the area, basically.
So,
for up to 3 days, paying for 2 of them for the party.
So we already have a place to stay at the moment. It's a matter of telling like the civilians of the village. There's like 2 miles north into the forest. There's a festival going on. That was what's going on there. I meant role playing out like introducing yourself to the party because we're at the next day at about noon.
Oh yeah, so I'll walk out there and I say, looking at the group from earlier. Hey, you all enjoy your refreshments from last night? I sure enjoyed mine. Name's Zero, so in case you forgot. Nice to meet you.
Ever just kind of looks over, it's like, I don't even fucking remember what happened.
And
That's natural.
Matt looks back and
how
says, "This is the new guy. His name's Zeros. He's a generalist in terms of what he does well. Does everything well. Does some things really good."
How is Raphael when
Ever
he
just
wakes
kind of
up?
looks over at Matt's like, so basically you did what you did with us again while we're out on this trip?
Actually, he asked for a job. He's a worshiper of
Same
Desna.
thing.
Yay! No, I asked you guys to join. He asked to join.
What is Raphael?
It's still the same thing.
Okay, what is
I'm muted.
Raphael? No, I can hear you. What is Raphael doing
Okay.
at this moment? So you guys
I'm wondering.
came with the help of
No,
Maple. You guys managed to come down fine.
Okay, we're down fine. All right.
Yep.
So, greetings, Eros. I am Raphael.
Hello there, Raphael. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. We just have our little crew. Of course, the team overall, way larger than this. We have around, what is it, 40 members?
We have 40 members worth their salt. Remember, we got a bunch of funding to get a bunch of new recruits, so
we do have we have been expanding our recruiting lines.
Essentially, Zeros, these are the commanding officers you're dealing with of the mercenary group.
Yeah.
Yep.
What would you say? What would you like to provide to our group specifically?
Well, it seems you already have a strategist, but it also seems that the 2 of us get along. So instead of bumping heads, we're going to collaborate, improve upon things, you know. Aside from that, a bit of everything.
Nice. When you say 2 of us are butting, who's butting heads?
He's saying that the 2 of us are going to be working on strategy from this point forward.
Me and Mr. Magnum get along just fine. We had a nice talk last night.
All right.
Currently,
nice
no set position for Mr. Zeros here, but after a couple of weeks, I'll know where to place him rank-wise.
I think you'll fit in pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
We were still at the bar last night?
Yeah, you and
Talks out loud.
Raphael decided to do a wad. Why did you decide to do a wad?
I
Don't ask. I don't
I'll be
remember.
frank with you. I don't even remember that.
I mean, that would make sense because you guys went around saying there's a festival in the carnival last night, or there's a festival in the forest last night, and all of the townspeople ended up going 2 miles north into the forest. And because of that, they moved the party to tonight. You know, that party I was telling you about the other day.
Boy, I sure hope somebody was fired for that blunder.
Which one?
You know, and he like sort of makes fun of like his head snapping, his neck snapping type of thing.
Huh?
Oh wow, you're that drunk, huh? So, Raphael, yeah, it's go time. We need to figure out some way for you all to distract the members that we know about from doing what they're planning on doing. We have to find something to stop the madness that's about to go down. So I would recommend, I'm going to keep looking after Lapis here. I recommend the rest of you all head into the city and start looking around for anything that might help.
Surprised you're putting
All right.
enough trust in me, considering that you literally just deemed that. Oh yeah, I'm probably drunk out of my fucking mind.
No, you were drunk. I'm pretty sure that Maple can help you come down with avoiding a hangover. Maple's pretty good at his job.
I'm still just surprised you're
true.
allowing me to even drink after what fucking happened last time.
I do not impose. Well, first of all, he points at Graves, like sitting next to him on the bench. He won't. He won't allow me to force any of you to stop drinking. Caden Kelly and Worshipper and all. Second of all, I don't want to force any of you to stop drinking. It's weird, but like when Gavilan was completely devoid of his ego, I felt I lost a friend. I sort of accept your faults. Not important. What is important?
Zelver just kind of claps her hands like, I shot myself through the gut, Matt. Do you think it's okay to drink things like that while I have this?
Okay, that's fair. But regardless,
And yet you still allow me.
you're an adult. Technically, you're older than I am. So, yeah, I'm not going to stop you.
So
Well-
technically, if I just start to bleed out again suddenly, that's pretty much okay.
Well,
That's
you're not
on
going
me,
to
then.
bleed out suddenly. Your wound is healed. There's just a nasty scar there. Look, we have access to some of the best.
Yeah, but what goes for on inner fucking scars? You think that shit's gonna heal up any properly from this?
Considering we have access to some of the best healers in the world, and we have access to the best healer in the world, and he points at Maple. Yeah, I'm pretty sure
That's
you're
me.
fine.
Well, you better rather keep the maple alive so you can keep on healing.
And besides, even if something like that were to happen, we have several people here who could put you back to stable.
Yeah.
Yeah, stable. Okay.
Look,
Uh-huh.
Alvaro, you want me to yell at you for these things, but like, do you really want what could be your last conversation with me to be me yelling at you on how you need to stop drinking?
Raphael remembers his previous
To
conversations
be
with you
fair,
now.
to be fair, it's a
Oh.
similar conversation of when I yelled at my mother when I first left. So, 50-50.
By the way, my
Mommy
prepared
issues.
cantrips for today are prestidigitation and stabilize.
Understood. Actually,
Meanwhile, I
was
think
going...
I'm still kind of drunk going through this conversation.
Yep. For now, we're gonna take our second break of the evening. I'm gonna let you guys prepare your stuff, and I'm going to prepare some things. So we'll be back in a bit. Thank you, Silence Company. So we're back to it now. But before we go back to it completely, I'm going to say today is the longer session since I didn't have a session yesterday. So that I can have people rotate in and out as they needed to, right? So I want to introduce someone who was here at the beginning but just came back. Hello, Lightspain.
Ew.
Yep.
Stupid internet.
Yep. Anyway, Sass, would you care to give Lightspain a recap of what's gone on so far?
We got drugged up,
They ate
and we
wads.
ate some wads, and Alvar and
And
I
then
ate some wads.
Alvaro was stupid enough to do it too.
We introduced Zeros to the party. Now we're making our
Now Alvaro's
plans.
still subtly drunk while talking
Wait, what
to
does
Matt.
Gurkfall know about? Does Gurkfall know anything?
Nope.
Oh,
Alternate
well-
timeline.
Yeah, fair enough. Figured.
Zeros knows things about Gurkfall, though. That's the unfair
Yeah.
part of this.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Because
How did you know about?
there are some things that are more common throughout the multiverse. Not necessarily constant, but common.
But how would that? But how would Zeros know about that? Is he also a?
Zeros
Fine.
is a planeswalker. He travels
Oh.
between the various ones.
He was in a
He's from
campaign.
He
Magic
knows
the
Gurkvall from enough
Pretty-
places.
Yeah. And same with how he knows Matt and Graves and Nihil and all those other things.
But yeah, the
Matt.
situation is we currently it's the day after we had a nice hallucinogenic time, me and Alvera, and now we're sort of trying to get the townspeople to leave their area because we don't want when the incarnates come, we don't want them. We don't want civilians to be.
You minimizing casualties, essentially.
Okay, good
And
call.
Silver, you had a question?
Matt.
Mhm.
I was gonna say, you realize that since Alvaro is still subtly drunk and she's now having a conversation with you, that she's practically still going to continue this weird conversation because you decided to start talking to her after that whole thing.
Well,
So now she's gonna continue this for a bit, at least until
Well,
whatever shit
I
we're
would
doing.
love to continue this, but you know how Matt's original plan was, oh yeah, you guys should head into town to find a way of distracting them. So Sven pops out of a bush and is like, yeah, why don't we go into town? I know a place. And he glares at all of you and grins.
Oh, wait, Sven?
Sven. You know,
Sven is here.
Sven is here, but you don't know. Well, you and Doth know who Sven is. But at this point in time, when he says that and he grins at you, he drops the mask, so to speak. You see the version of him you saw in your other interactions with him. The mask has dropped. This kid, this young half-elf, is the man you know as Fear Incarnate, and he's asking you to go somewhere with him.
Am I present with the party again?
Yes, you are. And you would know messing with this guy at your current state of power is probably not the best idea. Apparently, there's a catch.
There's always a catch.
Yeah.
Because even when Alvaro notices this, she's just like, "Fuck this," I'm out.
Are you actually
She's
going?
like, "Oh hell no!"
Are you actually going to try to run from a man who could, like, it is run on sight, but he just asked you to do something. This is we've been turned from heroes to hostages situation. He doesn't just subtly drop the mask. He's like, if you are going to actually, you know what? outside of the good old Zeros and Gurkfall, why don't I have you guys roll me some will saves very quickly?
Oh boy.
Are you asking me to roll a will save?
Not you in particular, just the Alvera and the Raphael and the Maple. Because Gurkfall's not able to complain about the situation, and you're intelligent enough to know that, hey, this person just asked us to do something. He literally just volunteered for us to distract him. Let's see where this goes. Like,
Hold on a second. I got something for this.
Yep.
I've got both of these.
Yep.
So, without further ado. Also, wait a second. In addition, I also have so I'd recognize. You said I'd recognize this as the person of interest as well, correct?
This is one of the if we were to call them like universal constants of this timeline, this is one of those universal constants. This is like Nihil's
Think
typical right hand.
This
man.
might come in handy too.
Yes. He is born into high society, yes. So courtly graces would come in handy.
A wild Gavlon has appeared.
Ah, yes. So,
Quick, throw a pokeball at it.
hello.
Escape.
So,
No!
So, before we go too much further, since oh goodness,
I'm sorry, Matt. I threw a pokeball at him and he escaped. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, can we give Gavlon a recap of what's been going on so far? Also,
I got
hello,
this one.
Keith. Oh, go ahead. This is the
So
new
I
player,
traded
by
the.
way.
Okay, sorry for interrupting.
No, I was saying to Keith. Keith, this is Lewis. He's a new player.
Oh, hello.
Hi there, my in-game name is Zeros. I am a human who introduced myself to the party last night at a pub, treated the entire pub to refreshments on me, and proceeded to sow this lovely rumor that there was going to be a party in the woods, which I fulfilled on that night as a diversion. Then proceeded to go around the next day after taking a rest between that and convincing most of the town that I could that there was going to be a bigger party the next night.
So essentially,
As a bigger diversion.
Essentially, he's proving himself to be a very competent member who just showed up last night and joined on request.
A competent member, unacceptable.
So,
My character is literally a God bless to Gary Stu sort of character, so
Yeah.
has this background. He has the blessed background.
Nope.
It's how do I put this? It's an acquired taste. Still get used to it.
Yeah, no, it's one of my favorites. I asked him to reprise the character actually, so.
Okay.
Outside of that, basically you guys wake up next morning, he introduces himself proper, without alcohol, and then, as you were walking in, I just said, oh yeah, hey, Sven, Runemaker, you know, your hostess son who just came back, says, oh, you're looking for a distraction. I might know a place, smiles at you, and then he takes on the form of Fear Incarnate. You know, the guy you fear the most is now Sven. So, yeah, Fear Incarnate is asking you to do something. What are you gonna do?
What, Sven is Fear Incarnate? This is a plot twist I did not see coming.
But anyways, if you can, basically, Alvera, this is someone you don't mess with. Like, last time you thought about running from this guy, you shot yourself in the stomach. So, probably not the best idea.
So I got this. I linked those skills before earlier, those skill feats, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I see them.
So I need to throw both a diplomacy and a society check, right?
Yep.
Sumo, I swear to God.
I mean, I'll tell you, it's really tempting for her to do it again, even though she just does not want to be in this position.
Ooh, the whole kissing up to him as an ability part failed, but my base diplomacy wasn't bad.
So, you walk up, you shake his hand, and he's like, huh, interesting to see someone who knows that I'm not to be messed with. Well, you must be new. When did you join this ragtag group of misfits?
Oh, just last night, actually.
Wow, he offers a lot of jobs, doesn't he?
I asked for one, as a matter of fact.
Oh,
I'm a rather interesting person. Hey, I know that you've got your own thing going on and all, but how about, we keep you company for now? I promise we'll do our best to be entertaining, I say with a smile and a flourish.
and he scratches his chin and he says, fine. I know a place that will be quite entertaining for both of us. Your leader and Lapis can stay here. The rest of you, I would like to entertain me. Who knows, you might get your lives spared in the process. If you're fun.
Sure, I'm in. I suddenly, looked to them and, looked, deadly serious, letting them know with an expression on my face that, yeah, might be a bad idea to do anything sudden.
Uh, not just for the purposes of making sure the rest of the party knows what you're saying. Maybe like a deception check.
Oh, I have sign language.
Oh, you have sign language. Yeah, in that case, I'll let you do that. The between facial expressions, like little, like you're delivering signs like a catcher would with his like hand in a way place where Sven can't directly see it, but the party can. Um, and you basically tell them like point blank, "Hey, look, go along with it for now because probably not the best idea to do anything else." While also conveying that you're acting nice to him because like it's not a matter of, "Oh, I think he's a swell guy." It's a matter of, "Oh, hey, let's not piss him off." Like he just
It's
dropped
a
the
matter
mask.
of the better his opinion is, the better the chances of things not going tits up.
Yep. So with that being said, how many of you are going to accompany Sven?
Counter argument.
Urkval's going.
Sven is insane and will probably just kill us anyway.
Okay, true, but if you fight here and somehow win, you'll be executed by the Duchess. So
What?
even
Why?
if you killed her son.
Well, when did this happen?
Not yet. I'm just saying if you there is no win condition at this place. Like even if you beat him, you lose. If you're here, right? He's asking to follow him into town to entertain him, which is probably your best chance of any of you making out of this alive. So yes, he may very well likely just try and murder you all, but better to try and fight him in a place where you won't be executed if you win.
Okay.
So
All right, so so we have Sven. What I've heard this so far, Sven is wanting us to go to the city or the town.
the town, he wants you to entertain him for a bit.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, passively, if I may, I want to use my Pandemonium lore to see exactly how he ranks at a glance among, the typical devil or demon that I would
Oh, he's
find.
a big boy.
So this guy, don't even roll it. This is a weird case. This is someone who's fused themselves with a conqueror worm.
Stop, cat. Sorry.
This is someone who's fused themselves with a conqueror worm, meaning there's something he has to do, or he will start to die because of it. Essentially, this guy is not a born demon, but he has fused with a pretty powerful one. So, pretty high fucking ranking, actually. Do you know
I'll
anything
go.
about conqueror worms, Lewis?
Roll occultism, if I may.
Actually, it's a religion.
Religion, I
Imagine
have the
a
tip.
term from Dune, but it has magic.
So, you know, also Pandemonium lore, I'll let you roll that too for this.
Okay, I'll roll that instead.
Yep. That'll be enough, because this is... So, conqueror worms are basically... They are... A good way of putting this is that a conqueror worm can be worshipped, but they don't really care about who worships them, other than the fact that they worship them. Like, they won't go out of their way to save them. They might give them powers to do their bidding. There's no anathema or edict, but they are considered, like, gods of their own in most cases. So, that's how high a power level we're talking about right now. So, to put it in old school terms, this guy would be a master of both type of levels of bullshit, right? This is like a Starstone level trial fighting this guy. So he probably, though, another thing you would know based upon the little thing you got, he's probably not going to outright kill you here. Because, you know, some of you are still useful. And he has
So,
orders.
I go along talking with them, continuing to keep up pleasant conversation.
Yep.
He may shoot you in the...
So, I noticed that you're also pack bound. Conqueror worm, huh? That's cool.
Cool is an interesting way of putting it. And he looks at you.
No, that's
and
quite cool.
And he's
I'm
like,
a denizen of Pandemonium. I must say, I'm rather impressed.
Well, that's interesting. I would like to ask you, how much of this contract are you aware of? If any of it, I don't know how much I am a fan of you.
Oh, I don't know of your contract in particular, but I have a contract of my own that I uphold.
Fair enough. In that case, let me... In that case, as a fellow pact-bound, I will...
Giving him information isn't really the best idea now, is it?
Oh,
Well,
no. You don't have to worry about this. I just gestured to Gurkwall and said, I got this. We're having a pleasant conversation here.
well, actually, since you are a fellow pact-bound, I'll be nicer, and I'll tell you what my entertainment will be. I'm going to put you up against a foe that you have the ability to beat. If you beat it, I will not kill you, nor will any of the other incarnates. Does that sound like a fair deal?
Well, upon my honor as a noble devil, given that I am quite, in fact, pack-bound with Mephistopheles himself, I do promise that I'll do my best to be entertaining, nonetheless.
Fair enough.
Who is
It's the least I can do.
talking?
That sounds like a religion check, Gavilan.
Okay.
And it's an obscure one because Mephistopheles is not a society-based one.
Yeah, it's it's one of those things that it's like this, the first iteration of this, yeah, so, it sounds like a really good deity, Gavilan.
I trust our new party member.
Bergvall sure as hell doesn't.
Now, Ver's practically
that sounds
stiff
like
as a statue right now.
Gurkval, that sounds like a religion check. Or a lie to me check.
Um,
But
What?
also,
Raphael-
you don't have enough information. Like, you don't know who Mephistopheles is. Like, this is not something you're familiar with.
He doesn't. It's not that he's not familiar. He
Gurkval,
doesn't
let me
trust
put it to you.
Lewis, Zeros, because of the way he's behaving right now.
I mean, he
He
did
doesn't
just
need-
openly say, "Hey, I am also bound to a demon, sir."
Also, but hey, Gurkval, let me ask you a question. Does this seem like this guy introduced himself as a tactical type of person? Do you think maybe he might be lying? You don't know for certain he's telling
Kirkwall
the
doesn't
truth.
know what a
It
pack
could
bound
be a
thing
very
is.
good bluff.
Yes.
Kirkwall doesn't even know what a pack bound is, and it sounds like he's sort of like Sven, which makes him worried.
Well, well, at the moment, Matt seems to have
I
put
will
his
roll.
trust. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Just give me a sec. I forgot to open the roll 20.
With
In the midst of
disadvantage, by
all,
the way.
so
Okay.
Raphael, of course, Raphael is one of the only ones who knows Sven is. But when he's doing the quote, he's acting properly, but he's not. He's sort of distant right now from Sven out of everyone who's following him
Hey,
towards the city.
Raphael, you want to make me a little check to see what You can make a lie to me check too, I believe.
Yeah. What would it be?
Deception for
What,
lie to me.
yeah, I know, but
With
what is it regarding?
disadvantage. Just like, hey, this guy's being rather chummy with Sven, but it got you information that Sven's giving you a fighting chance.
I got
So
32.
32. So
You said
based
disadvantage,
upon
right?
yeah,
So, yeah.
disadvantage. Yeah. Uh, so what you understand that this guy seems way too normal, for the most part, for any of this to be logical or valid at the moment. And Matt seems to place his trust in this guy, so at the moment there's no reason to really worry about it. Yes, he's being rather chummy with Sven, but it got you information that is crucial. Sometimes greasing the wheels is important.
I think Gerkval was more on that end, not me, but okay. Yeah, in terms of like suspecting Zeros.
Yeah. I know,
Yeah.
I just, and, Will, whenever you're ready, you can roll that
Yeah,
too.
I'm finding my sheet. There it is.
As far as Sven goes, he is
Am
rather
I supposed
taken
to be
aback by
rolling?
the guy.
Lie to me, I
Deception
guess.
or religion? Yeah, you get the same thing Raphael does. It seems like a pretty good bluff. Mostly because you don't have any knowledge that would counteract that as being truthful. Like, if anything, the one thing you have against the guy is he does not uphold to the Sarah Knight standard of not lying.
Kill him.
Literally throughout this whole thing, Elver is just stiff.
Yep, slowly keeping pace.
However, his tummy hurts.
Rub.
So, with that being said,
I mean that she's still kind of drunk, so that's also not really helping.
I thought Matt said Maple got us all down.
Yeah, no, Maple got you all down. I don't know why you're insisting you're still drunk.
You're good. You're
like,
stable.
no,
you're
Maple got you guys down from a
To be fair,
log.
I thought this was a thing of like. To be fair, I thought it was a thing of like the kept of us from like still being like super.
Yeah, you're not
drunk.
drunk. My apologies. He said it was drunk and it's a what? Yeah, it's not.
No,
you're no longer hallucinating.
No, you're no longer drunk either. He cleared both.
Okay.
So, hey, I wonder how many of you remember the session right before. Do any of you remember the session where we mentioned the deity of interdimensional travel? Which, Zeros, you would know this guy is basically like the person who gives out visas for the planeswalkers type of people.
I remember
Luca.
talking. I don't remember the name.
Luca. But that session, do you remember anything about the end of that session?
I'm not sure if I was there. Was I?
So I don't think you were, but what about you, Keith?
We decided we were gonna go somewhere.
Well, you had a nightmare, and
well, we didn't have a nightmare because we didn't have time for it, but other people had nightmares.
No, that was Sorry, the week before that one.
Oh, well, I have no idea.
Yeah, so you guys had a nightmare, and this mirror shop that Sven brought you into looks like that mirror shop from that nightmare.
Whoa.
And he says, well, have fun. Make sure you give them a hell of a time. And, he says, okay, choose a mirror to look into, everyone.
I'm going to choose the pretty mirror.
A mirror?
A mirror, yes.
I'm going to choose the pretty hand mirror.
Okay. Picks up mirror.
So, hey, I actually do have music for this at the moment, cause
Oh, okay.
this is your boss fight for the evening.
Oh,
Because as you guys look into the mirror, you find yourself warped to a pretty interesting place. You guys find yourself in in a little mirror type world. Like a world full of reflective surfaces. And when
Chrome in the future.
map, give the map, give the mat. Sorry, Nat, give the map. So we can
Yeah,
fully
no.
embrace our surroundings.
But it looks like a place the map is a place we've used before.
Ah,
And
yeah, this is. Oh, every single boss fight will be on this map.
not every single one, but this one is a throwback because let me just change a picture very quickly. Update a picture for a boss.
Just to ask, we can move anywhere within that area, or is it just like only within
In
the
the
circle?
in the circle. Because, like,
'Cause it looks
imagine the
like
rest of it is reflective surfaces. So you're basically
okay.
in a mirror dome.
Gonna put my stuff right there.
How do I drag and drop my character again? I forget.
You click on the name of your character and it'll drop on the token. And the token should
Click and
have
drag.
health and everything. It should have a health bar. That'll help you and your allies see where you're at.
Drag and drop doesn't seem to be working.
I would, drag and drop should work. You're clicking and holding on the name and then dragging it to the screen, right?
Yep, left click, hold, drag to screen.
Yep. I can drag you on in a second. I just gotta make sure that art gets put on the thing.
Bad kitty.
Everyone's having problems with their cats today.
It has lost its womb privileges next Wednesday.
It's what?
Womb privileges?
It's getting spaded.
Oh.
Okay. Cool.
Because it keeps pissing on things.
Hello, Carl.
Hello, Carl. You came just in time for the boss fight.
Good.
So while we're waiting on that, why don't I have you all? By the way, why don't I have you all? Why don't I have you all catch Carl up to speed on what's going on?
Had some mods. Next day,
Yes,
after
please.
upon we introduced Zeros, he talked with Matt the night before. Now we escaped some innocents out of the town, which we're leading
Most of the innocents out
most
of the
of the
town.
innocents. So now Sven is ordering us. We're going along with him because Matt says that's the way we gotta do. It's the least. We should fulfill whatever he wants us to do before he
Not
lets the mask. Go
you
ahead.
should. It's not. It's you don't want to mess with Fear Incarnate directly. You wanna play guerrilla warfare style tactics.
Wasn't
So
he
go.
openly?
But we sort of just like met. All
Yes,
of us
he
just met
openly
him head on,
dropped
so.
a thing he can use on individual targets. So to you, you saw him drop the mask, but to everyone else, they're like, "Oh, that's neat. He's showing them around town." Yes.
Didn't the last time we met him, he actively punished people who tried to work with him to avoid other things from happening?
Yes, that is indeed what was going on at the time, because there was
And now
another
he's
gay.
telling you to do that again?
Yeah, he's doing that again. But
Huh.
to be fair, you could be. This is a foe that you should have some ability to take out.
He says with with
This is your
every intention of us being of dying and joking. But
this is your opponent for tonight's boss fight.
Okay.
that
So can I just say a few things?
Yeah,
nope.
sure.
One, I have had zero fucking sleep in like the
Oh,
past fucking 24 hours since that
Why?
fucking tornado.
Oh yeah,
Because
the
I was
tornado.
Okay, Jesus
scheduled for
Christ.
like one session after another
we may get
for
in.
the
We may get
past
an
I
appearance
don't know
of
how
everyone's
long.
favorite guest character, Snoring Carl.
You might. I hope not though. I
God
did have
damn it,
literally
Storm.
while I was waiting for my food to get cooked, I did have a 30-minute pass out nap. So I'm pretty sure I had a 30-minute pass out nap. Because I'm
And
pretty sure my food should
uh,
not have been that fucking dry.
actually, since this fight might take a second, let's take a small break. Make sure we're all ready for Ave combat, and we'll be right back.
And this is Matt.
Uh, you only said, and this is Matt. Well, I actually unmuted you. We're back. We're live.
Okay.
And it's time for the bastard.
Yep.
Time for 1v 6. Okay.
Why am
Well,
I the only one on the back row?
Well, somebody's
you're
gonna
the
get
only
one-shotted.
person with sanity. It's funny you mention that, because, you know there's a spell called Dim Door, right?
Yeah, I know.
I do. I have one.
So we could escape.
That's a Dim Door. Hasted Assault, and a punch. A 36, Gavilon.
A
Wait.
36.
To hit.
What are
Well-
you? I don't. What roles are you? Are you doing roles? I don't
Yeah,
see.
no, this is GM layer. I forgot to turn it off. Carl can clarify it's a 36.
Okay.
36 health?
Yep, 36, damage 43, crit
I
damage
forgot.
93.
Yeah, I forgot you were on the GM
Then
layer.
I'm taking minus
Yeah.
43.
This is also why I make sure that I am in
There's
GM in
there's
case Matt
more.
wants me to
Is that a
clarify.
crit?
No.
Okay, cool. In that case, 1 electricity damage, 6
One
fire
electricity.
damage,
7.
and that's it for now.
For now.
Shadow.
This thing can only do things that Matt will want to do, so this indicates he wants to beat the shit out of me.
No, this thing only does things that Matt would do based on his anger.
I'm screwed.
you often annoy. To be fair, when this thing was created, you were often a source of his anger. Yes.
Where did I put? Why did I move my stuff? I think I. What? Frick. I don't know where to move.
No, you're
Here?
good. No, you
Or here.
You were there by the time my dim door was finished, so you're there. Carl, it's your
Okay.
turn.
Okay. Well, hi.
You're flanking him. Good job.
Where's my freaking character sheet? There it is. Just like I'm trying to find my shit. Give me a moment.
I will say one
Almost there.
thing though, it does not seem to put him into flat-footed.
I'm not fucking surprised. It's more like, hey, dude, I'm behind you. Also, do I be a sadistic fuck or do I want to go basic bitch? You know what? I hardly ever get to use this. I may as fucking well.
Okay,
Does a 33 biting off his ear count?
that is too short.
Ah. Fuck. That was a pretty decent roll, too.
Yeah, but you also have
And-
Gavel on. What's your final action? Yep.
Shield protect me.
Lewis Arzeros.
Gotcha. So I'm within range and the target doesn't have cover, correct?
If you moved like a step to here, he wouldn't have cover. He currently has some minor cover due to your allies. Couple
Okay,
of bodies in your way.
I'll take a step.
Okay.
Where's that to exactly again? Can you point it out?
Yeah, I'm pinging it. The little blue wave right here. Yeah.
Yeah, one to the south and
So
east.
if you...
I'm unable to drag my character token for some reason.
Well, let me make sure I've got this.
Here, I'll move it for now. Just so
Are you
know.
dragging the photo or the name? You need to drag the name.
No. I dropped him onto the thing.
Oh, something else.
I don't
Sorry.
know what's going on.
The music stopped for some reason.
Oh, that's because the song ended. I actually think I can fix this because I forgot to mark it as that character in particular on the token setting. So
Oopsie daisy. That's
now
alright.
try moving it around, Lewis. And now here's your final accompanying song.
So I've got some lovely poisoned, pre-poisoned bolts loaded
Okay.
that have a magical effect.
Okay.
Wait, did you multi-class to the alchemist?
He has some. He's
I have
a
a
rogue.
bunch of different stuff. I'm a rogue.
Ah,
Come on, it's not your first time
Oh
with this.
man, you chose Bury the Light. Perfect.
Yes.
Oh, fucking. And you know what's funny? Have you shown the artwork?
I have
Because
shown the artwork.
he looks like fucking Virgil. And all I can say is, you stupid bitch.
Also, because I have discovered through, analyzing characters, that Virgil is what happens if Nero doesn't have people he cares about, and seeking
Is
power
Graves
for.
in the turn order?
Oh no, I've not rolled for Graves. Graves will delay until after Gavilan, regardless. So.
Okay.
So we're ready?
Yep, we're ready.
Cool. So unless I crit failed my sneak, I am stealthed currently.
Yeah, you're stealth. That is a hit. I'm not sure why
Nice.
damage isn't in there.
By the way, I'm using debilitating strike while I'm sneak attacking.
Oh, of course. I don't even think you have to act. Do you actually have to actively do that? I thought that was something you got on a crit. 1 second.
Wait, I didn't crit on a 37? Okay.
No. This is like a boss level enemy. So, I said you are 2 above the DC. One of you was 2 below the DC. So, it's a 35.
Basically, my armor class with my shield.
Yep.
That's what you're aiming for. If you can hit me in that
So,
state, great. If you
here's
crit
our
me in that
base
state,
damage.
yay.
We've got 15 piercing. This is not an undead, but it will still take that positive damage.
I'm back. What I miss?
Nothing yet.
Drop yourself on the turn order. We got minus 15 piercing.
So it's a
Oh,
fiend instead of
1
undead,
second.
correct?
1 second. I'll be right back.
Great. Get yourself on turn order and in the freaking fight.
Okay, so I am currently applying that damage, but I've also got to text something to someone for food, so what did you say while I was no, it's not a fiend. It takes positive damage from sources undead wood. It's a shade.
Okay.
And it does take good damage like the fiend would as well.
yeah, so I'm gonna Searing Light this thing.
So that's the first part of the attack.
Mm-hmm.
Then it takes, let's see, how much from poison?
I believe there's
Or
a
is it
save
immune?
associated. It does have resistance to it does have resistance to poison damage, but it's not outright immune. There's still some biologic. So why don't you make me occultism or society check? Cause you know what? Use nihil. Use that weird nihil or thing you have. That would be more appropriate for this.
I know, that's a crit success, by the way.
Yeah, that is definitely a crit success. For one,
No, I mean,
nat
it's a
20.
literal nat 20 on the die.
Oh yeah.
Unless I'm -10, that's a crit success.
The DC is a 31 too, so yeah, so this thing looks like it's barely still here. This is a shade of someone built off of their anger, and it looks like that anger is dissipating quickly. And that the only reason he's able to even hold on is because he's in this mirror world.
He still has some internals, though, right? Because he's a shade?
Yeah, no, he has internals now because of the weird effect of him, like, starting to not exist. So he's in a weird state where he's taking things he typically wouldn't. Poison is one of them. So it's resistance 5 to poison, and weakness 15 to light-based attacks. Not a light spell per se, but like a Searing Light would do 15 additional points of damage.
I have Divine Lance as my next quiver that I'm loading to finish this thing off.
Okay.
Thanks for letting me know.
It does not take... So while you are sneaking, it has deny advantage. So that sneak attack damage is unfortunately... It doesn't see you, but the sneak attack damage is unfortunately not there.
Okay.
Deny advantage keeps it from being flat-footed, essentially. Fly creatures lower level than it. This is CR 15. However, there is another thing you would know about this. The damage you do will drop off things. So, like, if you do enough damage, you can get rid of deny advantage. It'll grow weaker as you take it down a notch, essentially.
Cool.
And that knowledge check was free, because this is an enemy you faced in alternate history. A weaker version of it. And I will let you have one more action, Zeros.
We actually didn't roll the second part of my attack. See, as I told you, I have
poison,
those special
right,
bolt bullet.
Yes.
Not just the poison.
Oh, what
I have a spell attached to those bolts.
Oh, right. What is it?
Which one was it again? It's torturous trauma.
Okay, I believe there's.
I said I'd make it entertaining, so this will make the thing writhe in pain.
Yep, I believe there's a save attached with those type of spell strike bolts, though.
Torturous trauma's save is basic fortitude.
And it's against your class DC. What is your class DC? Or spell DC, whichever one would be higher.
Divine DC 27.
Okay, so this thing has Juggernaut, so it's fine.
Do I still roll damage?
No, because Juggernaut's like resolve. It turns a success into a crit success.
Okay.
But you have clarified that this thing is not going to be a good fortitude save target. And there was a poison attached to it, right?
Yeah, I don't know where to find that on my character sheet.
What am I rolling against? And we can roll the damage after that. Another fort save?
I'm not sure whether it's 1d6 or 2d6, and it's my rogue class DC.
I think he's fine. That's a
44.
Yeah.
That, wait a second, no, I still have one more action. What the hell was I gonna do?
You had a Divine Lance one in the chamber? Oh, right. You already did good damage. The good damage seems particularly more effective. Does an extra 5 points of good damage every time you do good damage.
Good.
The positive is effective, but not particularly more or particularly less effective, too. So... Another thing to help you decide whether or not you want to Divine Lance this guy, Lewis, this person has a alignment of chaotic evil, so...
Like the normal map.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I don't have Divine Lance prepared today, if you recall.
Oh, I thought you had a bolt. Okay, well,
I have
regardless.
bolts, but I have to reload them.
Oh yeah, that's true. But you can do another shot of the bolt. Like, all damage is good damage against bullshit, as I always say.
Yep, so I'll do that.
Second attack.
Um,
Okay. That's not enough to hit. Raphael.
All right. I'm casting enlarge on.
Oh wait, yeah, no, there was a step there. Sorry, I thought I ended Lewis's turn too soon. Who are you? Remember, Graves can enlarge himself,
Oh yeah. Oh, frick.
but Gurkval can't. Neither
Yeah,
Good
but
can
point.
Shadow.
do not enlarge me. Don't.
Oh, why?
I'm not going to be melee attacking this fight. I am literally just going to hang back and just.
Oh right, no,
Laser him.
Maple. Can you put yourself on the board in turn order? Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, Gurkval's your
Oh, I have
dedicated
to
healer
rethink
for
about
this
what I'm
fight.
gonna do. Okay.
What?
What? Sorry.
No,
He's not gonna be attacking him?
but I'm going to be laser.
No,
I'm
no.
not gonna,
Oh right, no, he has searing light, so.
I'm not
He's-
melee attacking him.
Gurkval is attacking him from a distance, basically.
You
Oh,
could
Gurkval. I thought you said Graves,
you
and I
could
was
give
like,
you could give Shadow
Yeah.
an enlarge.
I'm giving a shadow an invis later. Like, I
No,
So-
personally.
enlarging the paladin's a good idea.
You think so?
Yes,
I
he's a
thought you
paladin.
said that Graves wouldn't
I
be.
thought he was. I keep forgetting that. I don't know why my mind keeps associating Shadows' photo with like a rogue or something.
No,
Sorry.
Lewis is a rogue. You could give Lewis greater invis.
That is good. That is. Oh.
And
shit.
because of the and I would allow flat-footed from a greater invis too. So
I need to
Nice.
think. Which what is Shadows off the map right now, or
No,
like he's off the stage?
Right here.
so that is with Shadow. You can't go any further back than that, by the way. But yeah, that one square around the circle.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
border of the map. Yeah.
Let's crack the windows.
After.
So Shadow might have to move to enlarge him, but hey, giving your rogue
I'm
sneak
gonna-
attack damage.
I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm trusting you with this. After Zero shoots his bolts, I'm gonna be give him a nice little touch of Invisible.
Greater
Just
in
getting
his.
to it. Okay, there it is. A little touch. Well, good luck.
And
And
what's
then I'll
your
be
final
moving
action?
away.
Taking a step
I-
back or full on move?
I can't. I'm not gonna be able to deal.
Are you moving more than a 5-foot step?
Moving more than a 5-foot step. Well,
Think about it.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I think I'll just move there then. Would that sound okay?
Yeah, that won't provoke an opportunity attack. So yeah, that's fine.
All good.
Next up, Gurkval, do you want to delay for Gavilan so you have a better chance of hitting this guy?
Sure.
Next up, we have Gavilan.
Oh, right. Well,
I would recommend taking a step back first before doing your thing.
I'm gonna take a step back.
Yep.
You should take a step forward just in case.
Gavilan here. Gavilan, do your thing. Remember, you don't have to. I was gonna
Oh
say.
my god!
So remember your +4s.
Oh
And
my
you
lord.
know what I'm gonna do? It's the attacky one and the defensy one.
Attack
and
one,
defense.
defensy one, and the two things that aren't meta magic to linger in heroics.
How
Yes.
How do you keep rolling so well on that?
Because I traded by rolling really bad in initiative.
Yes.
True. Fights rolled really bad in initiative.
So that should help even the field a bit. Gurkval.
All right, so someone has plus
Uh,
four.
So I have
Yep.
plus. I have a plus what?
plus 4 to all of those things, plus you get resistance equal to half the spell's level to physical damage.
I don't know what that means, but alright.
Which is all of his damage outside of the runes.
I am a god.
So
Yes.
plus 24 to hit then?
No, you have a plus. What is 4 plus your. Oh, 20?
Yeah.
Yeah, roll your spell attack roll.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
We'll add 4 onto it.
Yep. You.
That is a hit with the Bard song.
Okay, so it
Also,
is
it just a level 3 one?
No, it's a level 6 one.
Okay, then I need more dice. I need 2d6 times 3,
No,
so
yeah.
I need 6d6 for both, right?
So it's 5d6, so it adds 4 dice total per each lightened. So
So 12
so-
additional d6.
yes. So it is a 22d6 then.
Separate the types because there's weaknesses applied differently.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's 11d6 of fire and 11d6 of slash.
Also, you get plus 4 to your attack rolls to damage because Bard Song.
Well, it didn't register for some reason.
Oh
wait, did I need to space it?
Yeah, you need to space it. Slash roll 11d6. Also, you could just do 6. Okay, so we have 26.
Yeah, and then.
Is this, no, do you get Dangerous Sorcery to this?
Yes, I do.
Which is another 6.
Another 6, that's it.
And this is not blood, no, another, yep, and then 33. Congratulations, he has lost Deny Advantage.
And then, so you took, that's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage. He looks good.
Yep.
This is not the
right.
Yeah, so Lewis, the Inspire Heroics and Lingering Composition are not flourishes and they are not meta magics.
Yeah.
They are focus spells that are a free action. You are not limited to how many free actions you can use in a turn. So he can inspire both of those things, Linger and Heroics, both of them as well.
So it took a whopping like 65 damage plus like whatever
plus
Bard gives me.
plus another 4 plus 15 weakness to light and
so
5 weakness to
you're
good.
telling me is my Searing Light did 69 damage?
No, your Searing Light did near 100 damage. He's still good.
Well, removing the weakness.
Yeah, 69 damage removing the weakness. Anyways, you have one final action.
This was the last thing he wanted to happen.
What's your final action, Will?
I'm gonna shield.
Okay, raise shield. So, Graves is going to... he's going to Rage and Grow Big as a single action. Because he's at that level of Barbarian. And then he is going to Power Attack. Raging Power Attack. And with Bard Song, that's a hit. Only 3 slashing and 4 electricity. And we're back to the top of the order.
Hello, top of the order.
So, Carl, how do you like getting potentially spell strike by Leviathan strike, because that's what's happening right now. First he's going to runic impression, or not runic impression. First he's going to no, he doesn't have to do any of that. He's going to cast shield. That is a manipulate action for any of you with that is a somatic component. For any of you who are keeping track, that means that is a
I could do this.
Yes, and so can Graves.
I cannot.
Oh, anyone.
14. That is a crit. So you disrupt him casting shield.
Wow. Cool.
Bitch.
And so he cannot enter Cascade, which may or may not be for your benefit, Carl. He's gonna spell strike you now.
I'm going to use my reaction to protect Carl.
Your reaction, he's immune to that.
He's immune to Glimpse of Redemption?
Yes, there's
Oh,
because
and also he just fucking nat 20 to my ass. So I don't think he gives two shits.
Yeah, he is immune to Glimpse of Redemption because he is immune to mental effects. Yes.
Yeah.
Not mental damage, but like mental effects that would change his actions.
Yeah, don't try and mind control him, by the way. Just a nice little hint.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder why.
So,
who knows?
Carl, wow, you're taking 20 persistent fire next turn.
Oh, ouch.
So, Carl, you are taking 8. You're dropped. I'm pretty sure that drops you.
That hurts.
You would have to get 162.
Yeah, I think I've got that. I've got 84 plus 70 something, plus 6 fire, 1 electricity, and you know.
Okay, well, no, you had to. So it was 80 what?
It's 84. I'll pull up a calculator.
Okay. Or you can just, type it straight into my character thing.
Oh, right, I could. Minus 84. Oh, plus the runes are doubled too. Minus 12 fire. Oh, wait, which is more like minus 7 fire because of your resistances. No electricity. And minus 37 twice. Yeah, you're downed. Actually, nope, you are downed because Bard you are downed exactly to 0. So you would not technically enter dying. Hooray. But you are taking persistent fire damage. So you will enter dying at the beginning of the next round. Right before he goes. You've moved up in initiative to being at the bottom of initiative. Zeros.
You are invisible.
You are invisible. Yep. He also did just down your party member.
What you thinking?
I did what?
Fucking Magus is in the
He
goddamn.
Matt downed the party member.
The Shade.
One down.
Yes,
Carl.
backstabbed us and
well, I have to keep up appearances, huh? Sucks.
Actually, wait, no, I forgot. He has hasted assault action, so fuck it, go down to dying.
Oh no!
Even with the +4s?
He's prone and unconscious. He went down to dying because he had a hasted action he could only use to punch. And Carl's the only target in range. So, sorry, Carl. Dying 1.
Dying
so,
1, I assume, correct?
Matt's the Shade?
It's the shade of Matt. Yep.
And they are dying 1.
No, Carl Shadow
I am
is
dying one.
dying 1. I know it's confusing. His name is Shadow. He's an umbral dragon fetchling
Okay.
thing.
There's a shadow and
I was about to
there's
say.
shadows in this relationship.
There's a lot of shades and shadows in this timeline.
Alright.
Well, I'm going to no longer exist.
Okay.
You have. I will say
Let's
you
have him
can't.
eat another bolt.
Hey, Lewis. Another thing. I will give you another free knowledge check with that lore skill because you might actually find out something pretty useful.
Do.
So,
Also not a
fun
bad roll.
fact about this thing: you can take away an ability by using stabilize on it for a round, but still useful. Fun fact.
No round is around.
The ability is a random debuff, but basically stabilizing it is going to quicken the process at which it seems to be decaying. So weird interaction.
So I can step as a free action, right?
No, a 5-foot step is an action, but it allows you to avoid ops.
Will not be for free. You'll take an
yeah.
action.
Yeah,
It's a touch ability, and my bolts aren't loaded. I can't just. Well, actually, wait. Can I just chuck a bolt at him? I have those prepared in my backpack.
Yeah, I'll allow it. I'll make it. Since you have like a quick draw type thing, I'll allow you to snatch up a bolt and throw one at Carl. It'll be a unarmed ranged attack roll, but Carl is basically a tile, so just don't roll a 1, and we'll call it good.
Up, roll.
Okay, so just roll the die?
Just roll a d20, and if it's not a 1, we'll call Carl stable. However, he is technically still on fire.
Yeah.
Well,
Fire's
that's
nice.
Don't worry about that.
So, stabilizing him will make it harder for him to die, especially if one of your healers can get him up. Because you do have two... Gavilan and Gurkfall can both heal him.
I keep forgetting Gurkfall.
That's almost a crit. I'm glad it wasn't a crit, because having it deal 2 damage to a dying target would suck.
Yep. This is one of those instances where I wouldn't have had it do damage because it's not fully packed behind it, just to deliver the spell. So, yeah, Carl, you're stabilized.
Yeah.
So he's still on the ground, right?
Yep, still
How tall is the
unconscious.
shade of him? That's a pretty tall guy, right?
Yeah, like, we're talking max human height, so about 6'9". He's an Olfin.
Oh.
And he's on the ground.
No, Carl's on the ground.
Can I aim a cone attack so that it goes over his head? From where I'm standing?
Roll me a religion check on top of the attack roll.
Sure. This'll be good. Oh, by the way, you didn't put it on my sheet, but... Well, wait, did you put it on my sheet?
No. I put a list of all the arrows into just one list. I know you have Divine Lands, or not Divine, Discord Inquirer, whatever it is. It's, Gavilan, can you roll me your, Haunting Hymn very quickly, so I have a reference for damage?
I can do that. Let me press the... Is it a cantrip? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cantrip. So, at this level, it's, 2d6 plus your modifier, Lewis.
Hold on, I'm checking to see if this ability is something that I have that was not added, or...
I might not have added it. What is the ability we're talking about?
I have Dragon Breath.
Okay, dokie. That's a different thing. Yeah, you can aim that without the religion check. I did not add it. What kind of breath weapon is it?
Acidic.
Ooh. And,
Very spicy.
And reflex?
That's correct.
Well, what is your DC? What is your class DC?
Class DC.
Yeah. Oh wait, I have a sheet here that would have that. Class DC is 29. That's a regular failure.
Uh-huh.
So, Dragon Breath is... It 1d6 damage per level.
Which means that it hits this target for, we're level 11 right now, right?
Yep, 11d6.
And I'm hitting with this as a sneak attack of all things because I'm still concealed.
Yup.
I don't even know how to calculate the sneak attack damage on it.
It's 3d6.
Okay.
So
first I roll 11d6.
Yep.
Then I rolled 3d6.
Yep.
And that's my turn.
Yes. Now, Raphael. Current state
All
of
right.
affairs.
We have a downed person. He's stabilized.
He is on fire.
He's fine.
He needs to get more than 20 points of healing before his turn, or he will be downed again. So
we need
just
to
to give
find
you a
some way
fun...
to...
Oh, you could put him out of fire, but he would
Yes.
probably... Hey, Raphael, do you have Spout prepared today?
Frick. I did not have that in mind. Oh no.
Well, what about basically if you delay for someone to heal him, you can put it out with a water spell. Do you have water spell?
Let me look. I have. Listen, I have a lot of big water spells, but nothing like. Oh,
Cantrip?
here's just some water. Ta-da.
Don't you have a cantrip? You learned a cantrip. You're gonna end up dealing
the
damage
spout
to
is
him,
a
but
cantrip.
spout is a cantrip, but there's another cantrip you typically prepare.
Let's see.
Leviathan Strike. Did you prepare it today? Looks like it.
Why am I? What?
Looks like it's prepared today.
Yeah, it's prepared today. Is that
So,
I can use it for the? Oh yeah.
It's a water spell that does a big bunch of water. If you delay and let one of these two heal him,
yeah,
you can put out the flames.
Will I be like striking?
You'd be hitting Carl. You'd be hitting
I'd be hitting Carl.
Yep, but it put out the fire. Or you could let the fire persist. Either way, that's an option that...
I'll delay.
So, yeah. Okay, I will also say
next.
that I have asked GM Society, hey, can I just use Spout on myself to put out my persistent fire damage? They've never said no. It's like,
wow.
Oh, you'll damage yourself? Yeah, I'd rather take 4d4 damage than, like, 2d10 persistent. So, Gavelon.
Ooh. Right, it's me again. Well, all my stuff's still in effect.
Yep, for 4 rounds.
He's still on fire?
Yes, he's still on fire.
I don't think I have anything to fix that.
You could heal him with a soothe.
I could heal him with a soothe. I think I will heal him with a soothe.
Yes, so 57 health back, Carl.
I have 1 action left. I'm just gonna shoot Matt.
Yep. Just an average day in the Ice Piece project.
Hooray! It's my favorite pastime.
That hits.
Plus 4.
24 damage.
Yeah. Wait, 24. No, it's 28.
Oh, right, 28.
Yeah, plus 4.
Don't you have a rune that does good and positive damage on that thing?
I did buy it. I didn't know how to add it.
Can I suppress
You
my
forgot to
attack?
add it. It's a d6 for both, right? So 2d6.
Okay, I'll figure out how to do that later.
Just
2d6?
roll 2d6. Yeah, I'll help you set it up after in the next break. And additional damage for good damage being done. Raphael.
All right, so this is the. Can I just be like, yeah, this is going to be a weaker
No, it's
damage?
full force.
Damn it!
That's
All right,
always the caveat: is you're hitting full force, but it'll put out the persistent damage.
all right.
Which
This is gonna hurt, but it will be hurt way more if I didn't do this. I said, and I commit towards the strike of Leviathan.
Yes. Considering that he's prone and just barely regained consciousness, I will say he takes half that, and the water goes up, puts out the fire.
Woohoo! And then my one action would be, what can I?
Hoda.
Hoda. That is a good idea, but
Or you could do something like one of your other focus spells.
Looking through.
Do you have? Did you pick up what focus spell did you prepare today, Raphael?
The one I usually use, other than the Hoda, and the one I usually prepare for is the one that has a sort of shield. I think it's protective ward. Is
That's
that the
a
one
one
that
action.
has? Would that work?
Yeah, that'll work.
I just have to keep on sustaining it. Yeah.
If you sustain it, it increases the
Yeah.
bonus. It increases the range. Dirkfall. This thing's taken half its health.
Searing light again. Okay, let's roll again.
Want a hero point that?
I do.
It's a 2. Statistically speaking. Plus 4
Plus
is
4.
that's he's not flat-footed to you, so that's not quite enough.
Ah, that's a shame.
Yes.
Shield. Ray shield. That's it. That's my turn.
And well, Graves will use the action to get the additional damage on his dice, which I believe is a manipulate. So I believe Graves is fine. And unfortunately, our Buckler of Swashes is not here. He'd get a free attack based off that. Yeah, Graves will try that again. There we go. There we go. So that's 37 plus 4. Technically, let's see. I am actually needing to draw a line here very quickly. Snap to corner. Yeah. Technically, because of the large size of Graves, there is a flat-footed there.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a weird flanking roll, and Graves is just in the right spot for Carl, who is unarmed, but you are... Yeah, so, yeah, we have a crit. And we use that first damage there, plus an additional 5 or 10 slashing. And that's Graves' turn. Carl, he's on his last legs and has used his op this round. You can stand up for free, in other words. You there, Carl?
Carl, you there? Gosh darn it,
I,
Carl.
I, I'm going to. Oh, Carl, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
Hey,
cool.
I muted my mic.
You
It
are
just takes a
back to
bit for it to pick
consciousness. I will point out that while you don't have to pick up your weapon because you don't use weapons, you do need to pick up your shield. Because Pathfinder 2nd Edition's one bad decision I constantly gripe about is bucklers are worn, shields are held.
Which I think are completely fucking stupid considering the fact that they
It's the
have bigger
reverse.
fucking
No.
Yeah,
Carl, it's
Yeah,
literally the
literally the
reverse.
reverse.
Bucklers are held, shields are worn. But yeah, so you need to pick up
Yeah.
your shield, but you can do that and stand up for free. And he's on his
Yeah.
last legs.
You know what?
Bury the
I
light
saw
deep
how-
within.
Yep. Bury your fucking light, motherfucker.
I forgot you had that too.
Yeah, I know. I know you did.
Considering that you also benefit from that weird thing with Graves, that is a hit.
Yeah. And the +4s.
Is that enough?
Not quite.
Okay. Fuck, do I? I mean, if I don't, he's just gonna knock me down again. Guaranteed. So,
You
yeah.
use 2 actions to do that from the ground, Carl. So, you would pick up your shield.
So it'd just be pick up and then the searing light, no raise.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm fine with that. I'm fine
Let's
with
see.
that.
We're going to Dimensional Assault. Yoink.
Point.
How's a 41 feel, Gurkful?
That's not a crit.
Okay. Then we're going to go for a Cascade.
Chasing shield was good idea.
Are you
What's
going
a
to block
cascade?
it?
No, I'm not going to block it.
Here's attack number 2. That's a miss. And finally, how do you feel about
How much damage did I take?
The first one is 40 bludgeoning, so 36 bludgeoning, 6 electricity, 6 fire, and that's it. So so it's 48 total damage. And then finally, how do you feel about an Assurance Athletics for a 37 to grab you?
But I'm sure.
Ow. Okay, so
You're grabbed.
Okay, so how much damage am I taking?
48 damage, and then he's grabbing you.
Okay.
Which
That's not so
which fun fact, he does not have this ability anymore, but he would have used you as cover for free if he could. Zeros.
Well, he could have another bolt. After this, I'll have 2 more in my quiver.
You mean in the little cartridge?
What?
Remember, it's a repeating crossbow, so it's a cartridge. You jam it in there, sort of like a gun, like a pistol, like a hand pistol.
My cartridge still has 3 bolts left. It's a cartridge with 5 bolts.
Right. So you just said quiver is all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I get. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, because repeating crossbows aren't common throughout various
General terms so that people understand rather than.
Yeah, no, I
Probably
get you
not.
now. I get you now. You have hero points. At this point, we've been here for 3 hours. You'd have 3. You want to use one?
Sure.
Because your average damage typically will down him. I still have to have you roll because you could just potato everything, but
Yeah, all natural ones are a thing.
so re-roll the attack for me, Lewis.
All right, 1 sec.
Well, we're not even finished with the song.
What the
Wow.
hell?
It's just fate. You still have 2 bolts left.
Let's try again.
There we go. That'll hit. Roll the damage. Yep, that's it.
Also,
That was all you needed. He's gone.
hold on. He disappears.
Not disappears, but it's one of those states where it's like it won't fight back and it can't stabilize itself. It'll deteriorate in a few minutes here, but it has some things to say.
Kill it now!
You know, it's one of those things where it's like a hero system thing. It's going to talk to you as a free action before it dies.
Kill it!
But as a courtesy for making it through the boss fight, before all the shit hits the fan, we're gonna take a break. We'll be right back.
Woo!
Alright, welcome back. We are beginning. Someone just had to be a rebel, huh? Anyways, not important. What is important is you guys have defeated the Shade, and he's laughing as he's dying. He's like, you think this is the end of it all? Well, maybe you're right. Let me ask you a question, though. You want this to be your last memory of me? And, like, all the shadowy bits drop, and you just see Matt. And he's
Kill him.
there, and he's laughing, he's smiling, and he's crying. He's like, this is goodbye. Not just for this version of me. Now watch as your hell unfolds. And he slumps and disintegrates into
I shoot him with my
reflective
gun.
shards.
You're gonna shoot the disintegrating Matt?
Yes.
Okay.
He would, like, gust of wind plus disintegrate levels of disappearing.
No.
And as you guys are, thinking about, oh, well, we won, that means we get out of here, right? Before you do that, you see, Matt's watching over Lapis in the courtyard, right? Watching her play, and you just see an overwhelming sense of dread come on his face. He runs over to Lapis, picks her up, and starts running.
With Lapis.
Under his arm.
Oh, yeah, the girl.
Yeah.
Okay. Where in the hell are we?
You are not able to help.
I'm fully well fucking aware. But
You're in
my
a mirror
immediate reaction
dimension.
is I'm gonna go and start chasing after him.
You're
so
in a
where's the
mirror
mirror
dimension.
fucking
If
heck?
you start chasing after him, you just hit a wall.
Roll for ouchies.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah?
I roll
In
for
response to
facing
seeing the shattered crystal coming from the Shade's corpse, Pandemonium lore, if I'm not mistaken, that's a soulstone shattering, isn't it?
Sort of. It's not exactly a stone. Basically the Shade itself. So, two things you realized happened. in
Okay,
that
don't say
moment.
any more for the rest of the party. I got this.
Okay. Anyways, as that, you see him running into the town, and then you see him get to the edge of the town, heading towards, what appears to be Opara, and then you see Sven teleport in front of him, and he manages to, like, just get around him and throw Lapis, and he says, "Run and don't look back, I'll be fine, just go!" And then you see Sven say, "I'm not sure this is appropriate." And he taps his staff and they teleport right in front of the mirror shop. And now you have a first-person view of it. And Sven's like... And Sven says, "Now, I'm gonna give you one shot here, kid. Hit me as hard as you can. Not almost as hard as you can. As hard as you can."
We're just
And if
seeing this right now? We can't...
Yeah, you're seeing this because you're still in the mirror. Yeah, no. Sven lies.
Can we try to attempt to get out?
It's
Help
fine.
them?
That depends. Do you have a legendary spell proficiency?
No.
No.
Let me check my character sheet.
He says, he's like, "Are we clear here, kid? If you don't do it in one blow, you're gonna regret it." And Matt's like cracks his knuckles. He's like, "We're crystal clear." And he enters that new ability, that advanced cascade, winds up, manages to hit him straight in the jaw. You just see Sven completely overwhelmed by a blast of water.
Water.
And then you see him basically standing there with that whole spell strike, just basically that fist is just mudging into his shoulder, and he says, "Well, looks like you're gonna regret that decision. And Matt says, no, because that wasn't what I was aiming for. And Sven literally just pulls out that weird staff with that weird blade on the end and just cuts off those legs from the knees down.
Ouch.
And you fade back into a third-person perspective because he falls over. His legs are gone, and Sven's like, what were you aiming for? And you just see Matt smiling, laughing, and saying, well, seems you forgot about Lapis and the puzzle, and you're not getting back at her. She's safe. That's all that matters.
Matt! Matt!
But I thought we just killed Matt.
And
I'm gonna start fucking trying to bash my way out.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. And
I
he
don't give
says-
two shits.
And he walks over to the mirror and he says, I never said anything about him. Now come, meet me. Try to stop me. Or just run with the tails you have between your legs.
Well, that sounds
What will
better.
it be?
I say out loud.
And he teleports off, and teleports off. Right before he teleports off, he, picks up the remaining parts and is like, maybe it'll work when he's dead. And he teleports off with those, with the body. And then you're released from the mirror.
Where are we placed?
You are back in the shop. Back where you started. All you know for certain is that Sven is at that party. What's your play?
Huh.
I'm on my way off over to the woods.
Well, Gavilan, you're in charge now. What's the play?
What? Oh, shit. Well, where's Matt at?
He's,
Oh my gosh!
He's dead, Gavilan.
I get that, but where'd he die?
He got taken by
He got taken by Sven.
Oh, that's funny. Well, I have no idea where he went, so...
Sven probably went back to the party, and he taunted you, saying, hey, you can come face me and stop me from taking more innocent lives, or you can run with your tails between your legs. And Gavilan, I will point out that just before he died, he introduced someone he thought was worthy of collaborating with him on strategy, and that guy just went running.
Did I?
Was that his first? Yeah, it's his first
And
move.
finally, you hear someone saying, some off voice saying, it's on the wind.
Well, I don't know what that means, but I'll guess I'll follow
you do know what that means, Keith, because that
So,
means keep doing what you set out to do, forget about him. That's what he told me.
If I may, I didn't take off running. I took off walking at a leisurely pace without sneaking.
Ah.
Okay.
That's important.
Mentioning where I was going.
The woods?
Yes. I have a party to be attending, was what I said. Like a smarmy jackass. And I specified that it was in the woods.
Yup. So, Gavilan, you're CEO. What's your plan?
Well, that guy just ran away. I guess we follow him.
Good job.
All right.
That's your orders.
That's what we're doing. So we sort of are. You said that you're not sneaking at all. You just leisurely walking.
Before
at
you
a
leave
brisk-
the town, though, before you leave the town, you feel a very ominous force. Well, Actually, this is familiar to you, Zeros. But it's
Well, thankfully,
Nihil.
I'm walking outside of the areas that I effectively redlined as areas where people were deliberately evil as far as their general inhabitants.
Yeah. So, Nihil appears, and she puts down her hood. And you finally get to see the face. Well, outside of Zeros.
Oh, Zeros. I thought you meant us.
No,
Okay.
all of you, if you're following Zeros, you get to see the face of the mad woman herself.
Oh, you should recognize that face, I think.
When I see that face.
And
Frickin'
she
laughing.
says, well, sorry that happened. And I will give you the same courtesy. May your dear leader rest in peace. But remember how I said I would kill all but one of you? I wonder which one that will be. And then she vanishes.
Almost as if on cue, I interject.
Oh, go ahead.
What are you saying? What? Hello?
Hello
No.
again. You know, us turtles, we just keep the loveliest appearances, am I right?
She looks at you like she has no idea what you're talking about at the moment.
Also, who are you?
Strange, you don't remember me? Hello, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name's Zeros. Well met.
So make me a quick alternate lore very quickly, because she will shake
Sure.
your hand and say,
Oh,
man.
yeah, you're playing. Okay, gotcha. Go ahead.
Honestly, I don't think you just if you don't roll a 1, this is something you would easily be able to determine.
Ooh, no. Ooh, no. No. Ooh, no.
Yeah. So this is Nihil. This is something you know probably better not to say to your new allies. This Nihil is not the eternal version of herself yet. She is into even a fully risen deity at this point.
Thankfully, I don't have to make a deception check versus literal allies. Hooray!
I will ask what you mean by you knowing her. That is sus.
Yeah,
How do you
this
know
guy
her?
is getting more sus as time goes on.
Like
And she says, I don't know who this guy is. He's probably just trying to keep you all safe.
He is a sassy child.
So, and if I do know him, even if I don't, he's not one of mine.
Well, speaking of keeping them safe, that is what he instructed me to do that evening when they all got drunk to carry on his legacy, and instead, as he was, leaving us.
I see.
I nod to Graves.
And Graves is like, he just nods back, like he. That sounds like something Matt would say, and he doesn't think you're lying. And Nihil,
We knew that this was going to happen. It's not like any of us are going to be able to stop you. Am I right?
And she's like, I didn't tell him he was allowed to kill him.
Well,
You never do.
That what you will.
Do I have to make an additional diplomacy check to say that?
No, she's entertaining you because here she's like, well, here's the thing. That was my grandson. Well, I have a rule about protecting my lineage, and that goes straight in the face of my rule. So you get to walk because he broke a rule. I am more than willing to talk to you, tell you why I'm doing this, but honestly, why would a mad woman tell you the truth? Actually, you know
And
what?
why would an honest guy like me tell you a lie,
You
I
guys
say
make,
with a smirk.
make very quickly, every single one of you make me, with advantage, a sense motive check here.
Alright. Here we go.
Gavilan, you can use performance for this because of your polymath, remember?
No, I don't. But
Sense
okay.
motive is perception, right?
Or if you have lie to me, it's deception. Gavilan has lie to me and polymath, which allows him to use performance. Yes?
I'll just
Thank
do
you.
deception. Up.
So, Gavilon. This person is. You all notice that when she drops down the hood, that whole like menacing aura drops with it. But Gavilon, you got a critical success on this. That's because this is not full batshit crazy Nihil. This is Liara. There's a shred of that person left.
But I hate Liara.
No, you hate Laura, her sister.
Who's Liara?
Liara is Matt's grandmother.
Who's Laura?
Laura is Matt's great aunt.
Oh, I don't know this person at all, so I don't really care about that.
Liara was a hero at one point.
Okay.
She just dropped the hood and tell you, you could talk with me. I might tell you why I'm doing this.
The
This is
where the
a
bad guy gives
weird
you a long
opportunity.
This is where the bad guy gives a long monologue, okay? He's got
Just
keep on
long
taking
hair.
notes.
I
Just
mean,
Gavilon hair.
Hair? He would.
Raphael, you know that
I
for
would.
some reason she is definitely going to tell you the truth. Because you got a success.
Alright,
And
fine.
so did Shadow. DC was 28,
I am
so
eager
so
to
did...
listen. I have not said anything so far other than the one quip, but I am eager to hear what she is saying.
Well, one of you's got to ask the question.
Woman.
Oh, I thought she was.
No, she said she'd be willing to talk to you about it. She never said she'd say it without you asking.
I wanted to leave an opening for somebody else who's been here longer to try to make a diplomacy check if necessary.
Oh no,
I
this
can't be
is
making
one of
all
these
of them.
weird moments.
Kirkfall's trying to avoid messing up timeline nonsense.
Oh, this doesn't mess up timeline nonsense. We
Oh.
can ask, but also
You can ask whatever you will.
Well, Raphael, why don't you ask? You've been here longer. This is sort of something, you know. This is your old boss.
I know. I'm not sure what to ask. I need to think about what I need to ask. I never thought that we were going to have a conversation with her. Okay, all right.
To be fair, she never thought Sven would go against her orders.
Yeah. Good point.
You know, Sven's just gonna do it again.
He's just gonna do it again.
I mean,
and she says, "No, he won't. You won't get away from this without some punishment. For instance, he tried to go after Lapis. She's getting away." For the same reason as Matt shouldn't have been killed, mostly, but also because fucks with him, too.
Wow, some punishment.
Well, considering that's going to start a long series of like a 200 years of slowly decaying unless he gains more power at a constant rate. Yeah, pretty good punishment.
I don't know that.
Because I still don't want to reveal my past, so to say, still to the group. I'm not saying anything. I haven't said anything yet, and I don't think I will. Maybe I will. Frick. What question would I ask?
And she looks at you as you are like in this panic stage. She's like, "You never worked for me willingly to begin with. Stop worrying about that." Bombshell.
Nah, I don't care.
She has absolved you of any guilt, Mr. Raphael.
But that's
Would you?
Yeah. I guess that's totally. I'm not sure that's gonna. I'm not sure Raphael.
Gavilon literally said he doesn't care. Also, she's looking at you, and if you don't respond, she's going to say, "Hey, Raphael, aren't you glad to hear that?"
I have to. Well, in this scenario, I have to ask, what would be the. Well, if the end goal is.
Find out why maniacal villain is maniacal.
I
Also,
guess that
maybe
would. Yeah, I
find out
understand.
how
That's
you ended up being who you used to be, because she
I
said you
could.
never did so willingly.
What did you do with my sling?
Let me.
Oh, your sling? I burned it.
There are a number of things that. Oh my
You
god.
what?
I burned it.
Stop.
I had
Burned it.
Replica pretend to use it as a bra, but I actually just burned it.
Her villainous knows no bounds.
Actually, I burned it because it reminded me of someone.
Aww.
Look, I am giving you an opportunity. Ask any question you have.
Why did you force me?
Why? Well, I am. Fear incarnate is always born the
Got
same
what?
way, Raphael.
I got a question after this.
Raphael, she just said fear incarnate is always
I
born the
can't
same
here
way.
because gosh darn it, keep Fear Incarnate has what? God damn. Go
Fear
ahead.
incarnate
Sorry.
is always born the same way.
The same way. My mind goes to Sven, and yeah, basically, I'm being like, yeah, that's basically like, if that's what she says, what I did to Sven's family, basically what happened to my family, and I guess it's just a perpetual moment of taking people off of
And she
people you've
says,
murdered.
one other thing. The family you remember growing up with wasn't yours. They were cultists of mine, yes, but your actual family misses you. And would be more than willing to have you back. Despite what you've done.
You just go silent because that sort of information is new, and he needs to take a time to process that one. He didn't know anything about that one. Oh no.
What about you, Shadow? Got any questions for me? Oh, also, Shadow, you are gonna need to make me a will save if you're still conscious as a player.
Shadow?
I got a question.
Will.
What?
No, he was saying will save, Will. So,
Oh.
you
Also
critically
making sure
failed
you're
a
still-
calm emotion. So, can't take hostile actions even if she does first. So, no rage. By the way, fun fact, they made a spell that just counters every barbarian, and it's amazing outside of that, too.
Wow.
Yeah, calm
Just now?
emotion. No, calm emotion's been here since day one. The occult list is great outside of damage, but like everything else is amazing.
Is Shadow, you still there?
Shadow, she says, have
Yeah.
any questions for me?
Only one. Why? Why do any of this?
Well, you saw
It,
our ancestral
it
family home. You met the ghost of the man I faced in that revolution. But how do you think Pradith was really born, kid? Divine birth? Really? No. A lie. A lie I told because I felt too ashamed to say what actually happened. A lie that someone who should have known better fell for.
That doesn't explain everything.
And then, after that, after I was forced upon, I watched as everyone around me died horrible deaths, rallying around a cause that is entirely something that I hate. The worst day of my life became a heroic celebratory moment for everyone I cared about. And they died trying to make it worthwhile. This world is corrupt, cruel, and it's unchangeable. I respect the hell out of that kid's optimacy. But he's gone. With it, that that optimistic attitude is too. That was the only thing keeping me from going completely out of it. This point forward, no holds bar.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
What did you wish for?
Wish for?
Yeah. With the magic ring.
Well, I have 2 left.
Oh, I thought you got my last wish.
Oh, right. That wish. I just got, a permanent spell. Nothing major.
He forgot about the wish. Yeah, what was that spell thing?
Permanence? Well, for instance, I can see through. She's just like, well, permanence allows me to keep a permanent true sight, permanent fly, permanent swim speed, permanent water walk, all these things.
Before she does that, she summons the hereditary chalkboard.
Oh.
Actually, she does summon
Oh
the
my
spontaneous
gosh.
chalkboard. Yes.
Oh, the family does this.
What
Oh
did
my
you want
God.
to be permanent?
That's what Raphael's.
Well, I mean, what couldn't I make permanent?
Well, I assume you had a reason, like you had a goal about when you wish that.
I do. But, long game.
Yes.
If you must know, I think one of you already knows, which is weird. And she stares at Zeros.
Oh. I was looking at the future guy.
Dirkfall?
No, she's like, well, I mean, he's a time traveler. He can't say anything.
I look at the
Oh,
other
me?
dude.
I'm just waiting for my associates to be done asking you questions. They've been here longer. They technically have seniority, even though Matt left me and Graves in charge of running things in his absence. I want to give them the chance to speak their piece right now. They may have never had this chance before.
That's fair. To be fair, mysterious evil villain drops their hood, revealing everything.
Don't get me wrong, though. After they're done, I do have something I would like to say to you personally.
Fair enough.
Well, I'm done.
We got a time traveler, can't say anything. Raphael looks stunned silent. Graves here looks somber. And you just hear Graves say, I lost a brother. I'm not going to ask anything of the person who took him.
Who exactly is my family? My real family.
That? Well, your skin got tan while you were on the surface. Your parents aren't drow, nor are they anything close. You met one of them. You talk to them regularly. Big sis.
I talk to them regularly.
Hold on, roll me a society check if you can't figure it out.
There. Well, hold up. Let me.
Think about it for a second.
Regularly.
Regularly.
Is it
like every day?
Oh, every day.
Yep.
Okay, it's really
me.
Every
No,
day.
every day. And she says, one more thing, given not that anyone could tell.
Your mic cut out?
No, he finally got it, I think.
Oh.
It's me.
Who is
Guy
it?
feels
Who is it,
gavel on its
Raphael?
Yep.
There's a couple of people who I talk to repeatedly.
Only one of them's an
I'm
elf.
gonna give you the guess of if my family is with Otto.
No.
No? No?
Alex Straza, my dude.
Oh, what the fuck?
Why is everyone related?
Okay, to be honest, Matt, I know when you
She
said daily,
said.
I'm gonna assume either
She
one of
said. To be fair, here's the full setup for you. You've grown tanner since you've been on the surface. Your parents aren't drow, don't get me wrong. They're not close, but they're similar. And
my
you talk.
apologies, but I haven't seen what. Maybe I should have looked it up. But
No,
I
no,
don't remember.
Alex Straza. Oh, right, no, you weren't there for that. Alex Straza was born to cavern elves, not drow. There's a difference.
Okay, all right. She was
We're
born
gonna
a Cavern. I don't know what she looks like, and I thought that
Why don't
she
you roll
doesn't.
me a society check, since we'll see if Raphael can figure this out.
I did.
Yeah,
I did,
no,
but
28,
I just
yeah.
didn't.
Yeah.
I just didn't like from the hints you gave me, Matt. It didn't. I didn't.
Yeah, no,
I don't
that's
talk
my
Alex
bad. That's my
every day.
bad. You technically, I forgot to say it, but you basically do it when you're preparing spells.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Oh. That
Yep.
makes okay. Gotcha. That's when I prepare spells. I have to somewhat
She's
talk.
still
Gotcha.
Nihil. She still talks in somewhat riddles. She's not full Luna Umbra, where everything she says is a riddle, but like, yeah. So,
Okay.
the reason why Alex Straza is trying to get your redemption. Plot twist. Big sis, Raphael.
We're gonna have to get a polycule chart after a while.
I'm gonna have to have. I'm gonna have to have a conversation.
No, we just need
afterwards.
2 spells. We need polymorph and power word to kill. That's all we need.
And she says, your parents also escaped their captivity too. I don't know where they're at the moment, but I won't kill them.
Do you know what they were like, or were they just playthings? Another amount
Actually,
of
it
people
was
to
before
kill.
I slipped into such cruelty. I didn't actually kill them, just sold them. They were slaves to Drow for years. Managed to escape. Got separated from Alex Straza in the process.
I have no other questions for you.
Fair enough. What about you, Shadow? Any other questions remain?
The care, Carl?
No, I've been trying to think of any other questions.
We got the why. We got the.
We got the what, when, where, and the why.
We got the
Yeah,
permanence.
we
got
got
the.
why, but
Do you want to ask something more deeper, like philosophically?
the philosophical.
It could be a
There's
conversation.
a couple of questions floating in my head that
There was an interesting
I'm not
thing,
sure he
but...
would be able to connect the dots on.
make me a
At
society
least
check.
not yet.
Or at least, like, yeah, you can.
Well,
we can
first
tell.
of all, tell me what you're thinking outside of character, and I'll have you make some society checks, see if you can figure any of this shit out.
Okay. So, first one would be the assault on his camp.
Yeah,
like
no,
the assault, as he likes to call it.
Yeah, you know that's Raphael now. I'm not even gonna have you roll for that. She basically said that.
Oh.
But you also know that Raphael is just a victim in all of that, too. Because, you know, he hits his head hard enough, loses his memories, and he's that guy. Nature did not corrupt him, Carl. Nurture did.
Did.
Meaning he did all that of his own free will.
Yeah.
I like bonking my head.
Not
Okay.
necessarily.
Bonking head is good. So I lose
But,
everything.
also, she explained the why she's doing it, but not the why is she bothering to go this far with it.
Okay, so
like it seems excessive to him to go this fucking far.
She said that this world is cruel, corrupt, and unchangeable. So you want to ask why she's going this far? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, he's going to ask why she's going this far.
I want a new world. A world where no one is held by a higher standard like the gods are. A world where people can make their own choices. I want a world where free will and omnipotence are one and the same. You and I are blessed with the ability to change our fate. We're one of few. I don't like that. My friends had the ability to change their fate. If I had the ability sooner, then I wouldn't be a monster.
Wait a second, this is my cue. I said that I would wait until the party's done, but excuse me for a moment.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Excuse me for a moment.
Yeah.
It's like,
I was literally. Yeah,
just,
go ahead.
Yeah, this is my cue.
Okay, I'll shut up for a bit.
Go, go, go. Big lines, big lines.
Say, I hear you. But what if you, like the person who's compelling you, could become eternal, could reincarnate, could do it all over again? What would you do if I told you that it was possible?
Turtle?
Remember, Keith, this person came from a different timeline.
No, I don't know that.
Okay, but
if
off
you're
character.
telling me
Off character.
If so, she
That
looks
was
at you and she
yeah.
says, "I would not do it. I would not suffer again if I could choose."
And if you could also choose to live a completely different life, free of anything that bound you in this current one, despite whatever may be in control of you now.
That's what I aim for. A new world. A new beginning.
There's many universes as there are possibilities. Say, I'm going to be around this area for about a week. If you want, check in with me later. I'm going to be partying a lot, but you can check in with me when I'm sober and we'll discuss possibilities.
And she looks at you and says, "Sorry, this is the last bit of sanity I'm going to be able to hold on to. After this, when I say this is full on assault after this, that kid was the only thing that kept me even somewhat sane."
Then I'm going to give you an invitation then. The only one that you could ever need. Join the noble devils of Pandemonium. Be freed from these chains that bind you. While you have this chance, this last fleeting opportunity. After all, ownership of your soul by them isn't possession. I'm proof of that.
And she looks at you and says, "I can tell that these devils of Pandemonium aren't the same kind of devils where we're from. And I'm not against such an idea. But while I value freedom from what I've become, I value freedom to be what I will become more. It might be foolish, but I'm making the choice to continue."
Oh, I'm not saying that you have to stop. No, that's not it at all.
Well, tell me. You said I was one of them already. You know how this is going. Why interfere?
Upon closer inspection, I noticed that You are being used by someone who is such an eternal that can control their destiny freely, and that you weren't who I thought you were at first glance. I'm offering you the chance that after all is said and done, that you could have the chance to try again, with more liberties, with more freedom. The things that you were denied, that you seek, I offer you right here and now. If you're interested, all it will take is a prayer and some guidance from my patron, and I'll have a contract in my hands.
Sorry.
Think it's a bluff. Say that you agree, and I'll show you a lovely clear text contract. We call it Type 12 where I'm from.
So, no offense, kid. Then I honestly do mean no offense. But whatever you, I do know what's guiding me now. And, well, I've already sold mine. So I'm afraid that's not going to be an option.
If we can somehow bring Matt back, some impossibility, some chance.
Then that sliver of me that you see now could still be down there and reawakened. But for now, while I appreciate the offer, I don't want to trade one master for another. Yes, this one has been cruel to me so far. But at the end of the day, I've made my bed, and I intend on laying in it until the morning comes, whatever that might be. So, before I go berserk, goodbye.
What's this about a
Shadow,
mask?
do you have one final question? Oh wait, no, Keith had one question. Shaika?
Pete, are you there?
She just says Shaika. Keith. She just says Shaika. When you say, what about a master? It's a shame you don't remember about the Shaika stones. Shame that is.
Yeah, a shame. I had the damn thing in my inventory and you forced me to remove it.
I didn't force you to remove it. Will did, but that's not important. What is important
Fuck you,
is
Force you to remove Shaika stones.
Still made us forget about the Shaika stones. So this huge plot relevant thing that I was planning on revealing no longer makes any sense.
Damn it!
Thanks, Will, for ruining it.
But Shadow, one final question on your end.
Wait, so would Gowlon have known that, or is it okay that I completely forgot?
He wouldn't. No, he wouldn't have known.
Well, actually, one person, Syl wiped your memories, but hey, one person, in this party does know about those things.
Oh, so it's good I forgot everything. Great.
And it's Kirkfall.
Oh yeah, the guy who can remember the past.
Talk about it.
He can't talk about it, or can he?
He's gonna
I don't know,
take you back
Kirkfall.
to
Why
the
don't you
past.
roll me a check, a lore check?
Say the Lori things that the cast.
Well, regardless, Shadow, before I go deeper down that rabbit hole, you have a question, right?
Yeah, just one final one as she goes off. Did you have anything to do with how my brother has turned out to be?
And she turns back to you and says,
What
nope.
check? Lore check?
1 second, Will. And she says,
okay.
Afraid not, kid. That one was nature, not nurture. And she teleports off.
Okay.
Now, lore check, Will.
Oh, the lore of the Shaika stone. Shaika.
How long does that calm emotion fucking last, by the way, just out of curiosity?
It's gone now.
Oh, I was gonna poke him.
Poke.
Oh, if you were to fucking poke me, interesting things would happen if you want to.
Did you roll?
Well, I'm still waiting.
There.
Wow,
All
that
right,
is
we got a
significantly
31.
high. That is a 19.
Yeah.
Hey,
got a
Gurkfall,
crit.
why don't they know about the Shika Stones? Like, that was not supposed to be the case in this moment in time.
Oh, Shika, what's going on?
Like,
Hold up, go ahead.
literally,
Go ahead.
Gurkfall, you are told about the Shika Stones from these guys in the future.
Mm.
Someone fucked with your time stream.
Mm-hmm.
And
Ah, it was me
also,
again.
and
because-
Gurkfall, this, yeah, the Shika Stone thing that Syl did, that was Syl flexing their own paracausal energy, Will.
Right.
Which means that wasn't supposed to happen originally.
Uh-oh.
Gurkball,
And on the level, and in particular, Will, the version of time where you come from, that is actually very fucking important knowledge to have, because that starts the entire quest for the seal fragments.
Shika.
Because the clue to the seal fragments, Will, is in the Shika Stones.
Damn. Oh no.
So, quite simply put, Gurkfall, you now have the ability to tell these fuckers something, because if you don't, it could literally lead to a time anomaly so great it would end the world.
Problem is, I don't even remember what the Psychic Stones did.
The Shika Stone, well, you could, well, if you want, I can have, what, do you have 5th level spells? Do you have Sending? No, you don't.
I have the sending, but I assume it's only Gurkball.
Well, you know what, Gurkfall, you can, I guess a good way of saying this is they had a contract that was signed. A contract that was signed that Syl probably doesn't, like, Syl knows what these people are about now. You could reach out to Syl.
Okay.
You could,
Okay.
and you'd be doing so through, like, your Serenite sort of thing, right? So this would be literally like you telling Syl in character, like, oh, hey, you know that contract? If I were to tell you that that contract you had them forget about the Shika Stones could cause the end of the world, would you get rid of that contract? Because that's what's going to happen.
Alright. I guess that's what happens.
Yeah. So, suddenly, you all remember about the Shika Stones now. Hooray.
What are these Shika Stones? Explain to us, Gurkball.
What do
No.
they do? Matt, you
The
explain it.
Shika
'cause I don't
Stones.
know.
Oh, you don't want to explain?
So,
oh my
Carl,
gosh,
what do the Shika Stones do? No, Will doesn't remember. Carl does. Carl, what do the Shika Stones do? What did they do, Carl? Okay, I'll explain it. The Shika Stones are the reason why the Pathfinder Society lost their original Grand Lodge. Because they discovered them, put them in their vaults, and then suddenly, 10 years after they got put in the vaults, they were unmovable and started randomly killing Pathfinder agents.
Wow.
Yeah, and somehow I was able to pick one up.
You were all able to pick them up because the reason they were kicking out all of those Pathfinder agents is so that you could get into that base and find them. Because
yeah,
you
but
wore
we only
the
found
rightful
one.
You found 5.
Oh no, it was 5.
Yeah. And across all 5 of those stones, not that any of you would know this at this point in time, are clues that are important to
or the other
seal
shards.
fragments.
And god damn it, I had one in my hand. Fuck.
Well, the thing
Where the
is
fuck did I put
that,
that?
you know, it's sort of like carrying around the seal shards. It's not the greatest idea to carry those things around in your bag. You know that Syl put them under deeper protection. And that
Cool,
you
so
all
we know where they
originally agreed to not remember this because at the time you didn't think it was more important than potentially having a base in which you could help defend Absalom in. That was your main goal at the time. Trying to set up some sort of home in a city where a lot of opportunities are. But now it seems that Syl has burned that contract for whatever reason. And that is where we end off. Not today, but before the next break. We will resume in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
We are live. We had some off-screen things, and well, go ahead.
Everyone, good news. This sounds kind of crazy, but Matt contacted me from beyond the grave.
Wait, what? Okay,
I
I'm
call
back.
Interesting.
What am I hearing?
He did a thing, and apparently there's infinite magic in Nirvana.
Yeah, that's cool.
Matt, who just died in
Yeah.
front of our eyes.
Yes, the one without the legs. Look,
He's in Nirvana, according to
I've been
Gawain.
contacted by my dead wife. This isn't like new.
Oh, I thought you said Matt.
Yes.
Yes.
Matt's not your dead wife.
Yeah, but he's
I'm
dead.
saying that people contacting me from beyond the grave is not a new thing.
Oh, cool.
And
anyway, he just said, keep going like you're going. He didn't really provide us any useful information, and I'm in charge. He's gone to trade with the great. He's gone to train with the great Kami.
actually, you know what? You're close. He actually would have told you a little bit more. He's like, I'm gonna go spend some time with Shayla and Sarah Ray, learn some things while I'm here. See you in a bit.
Phelan and Saren Way.
And he said, see you in a bit. So he's coming back eventually somehow. Don't know how, but let's continue on the course.
That sounds absolutely crazy, but okay.
Oh, it is, but it's Matt, so what can you expect?
God. Why? Because you
sound
always
like
use that defense.
insane madman. I'm not sure if I should trust you or not.
What are you even?
That
okay,
sounds like a
alright,
sense
alright,
motive
hold up,
check,
hold up.
actually, Carl.
Let me ask you then. Where should we head to?
Oh fuck.
Yeah,
well,
he's
we're
100% truthful. That is exactly what's going on.
Sorry, Matt?
Shadow's sense motive is a crit success because he's not lying. He's telling the truth. That's the exact thing that he was told.
Well, we were going to that city, so let's go to that city.
That city.
They were supposed to go to.
I thought we were supposed to be going to the frickin'
Opara.
party.
He's talking about Opara, not the party. If
I thought
Lapis was at the party, well, the party, you guys are going with Zeros to a different thing to make sure those guys stay fine, right? So, but
Is that what were you doing,
wake
Zeros,
up
or were you
the
going
next...
to the party?
No, there's two parties. Zero started a party out in the woods.
Also, one party gone because everyone's died by now.
Yeah, also at the party. Let me just tell you the guest list. Let me tell you who's there. Nihil.
Okay.
The like literally 5 of her incarnates.
Oh, cool.
And
we're not going to that party. I'm afraid that the people there, we ain't saving them.
I believe they're gonna. I believe the people who are at the all those incarnates. I think they're gonna give a bad mood to the party.
They're gonna give a 1 star to that party. We need to not go there.
This is off course. This is off character, but I'm gonna give a 1-star review. Was not fun.
Is it possible to get 0 stars?
Came in with legs, left with no legs. 1 star.
Matt's review of life.
Damn.
Meanwhile, Zeros gets like the sending equivalent of a thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
All right, so let's go, gang.
Oh my gosh.
You're going.
Anime picture of the stars to look up with Magnum
All right.
smiling with a thumbs up. Yeah, I know the meme.
Yep.
Gavilan, if you're gonna lead this group, I'd like to have at least some say. If you're gonna be the leader of this group, can we at least have the option to veto you?
Raphael.
Veto you. Oh
Raphael,
yeah.
You said you don't believe Matt told him those things. Make a perception check.
No.
That's a sense motive.
I'm joking. I will. I know.
No, that's a sense motive.
It is? Oh, it is.
Yeah.
And
Which,
dumb.
again, you have to roll a nat 1 in order to... Yeah, okay, listen to me. He is not... This is the first time you are positive he is being truthful.
Damn.
And
it's the most
also,
crazy
are you really gonna
I've
spit
ever
on
said.
Matt's last wish?
Listen, we spat on him before, so I don't see why we can't do it now. I'm joking. I'm joking.
The first thing you hear me say that you're positive I'm true about is the most insane thing I have ever said.
And that has to be true. Oh my. Okay.
Yeah, you
all right.
rolled a nat 20. You
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
like.
I know.
You don't even just know it's true. You see Matt in Nirvana while looking into
Wow.
his eyes.
I saw him over there myself.
Like,
But as for you
Hey,
having
GM,
yes.
authority check. Distance from this town to Aparta.
Opara? So
Nat 20.
if you go through the woods, it'll be like 3 days to get to Opara.
Okay, so we need to stall for literally another 3 days beyond this evening.
He never said anything about not getting there early. He just said make sure they don't die before a week.
Yep, which means we need to make sure that either Nihil's series of parties disperses completely, or
Which should take by the end of the night.
hell
'Cause,
are we
like,
gonna?
If Nihil doesn't attack the other party Zeros, then that's it. She only had eyes on the noble people, but since the town was close by, that would be the plan, right? Nihil, in this version of things, Zeros, you actually know of an ability Nihil has, and you know a lot about it. But for the full description, I would like you to not roll a nat 1 on alternate Nihil lore very quickly.
What if he does?
That is a definitely not nat 1.
Nihil has an ability called Nihil's Razor. Here is
What is this? What is the
Nihil's
statement of Nihil's
Razor
Razor?
is a
Yeah.
transmutation spell where it'll take someone's body and soul and turn it into a more simple, more perfect state. Basically, it'll make up for their weaknesses if they take it. So, like, let's say Raphael was taken by it. Well, Raphael needs some buddies up front to make sure that he isn't getting mauled to death, right? So if Raphael were taken, Raphael would get free summoning spells to summon buddies of his level. To make sure people couldn't get to him and kill him easy.
Little buddies.
But there is an antidote to this. And the antidote is hope. As weird as that sounds, this thing cannot take someone if they have a good amount of hope and optimism. So it won't take your Mats, it won't take your Girk Falls, probably won't even take you, because you think everything's going to work out at the end of the day.
Okay. When you say hope.
No, that's wonderful news.
H-O-P-E.
Oh, I thought you said, okay.
No.
It means that if I screw with the timeline enough, like I intend to, that I could completely screw over. Oh no, my plan, my grand overarching master plan, is probably gonna work if this campaign lasts.
This campaign is gonna last. Nihil's Razor, though, I will tell you one thing. This is not the Nihil you faced with that ability. If they turn into a god, that ability will have a higher requirement of those things to stay immune to it.
Why are you acting like this is a cure? It sounds like this is a net benefit ability.
What's a net benefit ability?
Razor thing.
You lose your free will.
What is free will, anyways?
You basically you become a mindless killing machine, Keith.
Do you like that?
No comment.
Yeah, I assume he does.
So essentially, Zeros, that in this moment there's another requirement for it, and that is they can't take someone that they can't easily overpower or that isn't like on the ground, broken, dying, whatever, right?
Based on the combination of this information and the encounter before, I personally know something great.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Sure, it's curable, But the more important thing is the condition is treatable.
No. Once someone is taken by this ability, it's not treatable. The cure is preemptive. You can't take someone full of hope and optimism, even if they're broken. Like, Matt is the
So
kind of
if
guy who
someone
goes
isn't
out
completely
laughing.
broken, it can't fully take hold.
No. If we're talking like, Matt is the kind of guy who died laughing, proud of what he had accomplished, which wasn't much. That
It's
level of
hard to
hope.
be hopeful when you no longer have free will.
Yeah, and that's the other part to it, is it takes away your free will and your ability to act on your own merit. So it's not a matter, it can always, and what is Nihil's sort of tactic? She breaks people. She terrorizes them. So, yes, you could. The one thing you do know about this ability, because you can feel this ability, right? It's similar to, like, if you have experience on Pandemonium, this feels familiar. It's not a contract or anything, it is a forcible taking of someone's soul and body and turning them into basically what could be akin to a demon or a devil. It's not good. It's not good by far. But the thing about all of this is that once someone is taken, they're gone. But someone like Matt or Gurkfall or those hopeful people who will die with hope, they can't be taken. That's the solace. It's willpower, it's hope, and it's optimism. So there are certain people who are immune, but it's not treatable, right? If you're taken by it, you're gone. But you can not get taken by it. Does that make more sense?
Yep.
So, with all that being said, and I see we're at another marker of an hour, I'm gonna go grab that food that's now here. We'll be back in a second. And we're
Okay.
live, everyone. Thank you for that short break. I just went upstairs to grab some very nice food. All that being said, you guys make it to the party. You know what Matt's wish is, and that he's in the afterlife, which means that his body is somewhere. You might be able to recover it. Who knows? Regardless, you guys get to the party. You see the people are celebrating. And to your surprise, Zeros, there is a full-on festival in this part of the forest.
Oh yeah. By the way, I didn't
It's
mention
just a
this before. I
Renaissance
said a
fair
prayer
out
to
there.
Desna and invited the Fae this time around. I don't know how long I have to keep this party going, and it's probably going to be going long after we're gone now.
Oh yes, it's going to be going long after you're gone because they've got to find a new duke for this place and cover up the murders.
The evil parts of the town are literally going to destroy themselves because we just basically freed the working class.
Yes. Anyways, long story short, you guys can take this time to ask each other questions, talk with each other, but I will say that for the purposes of knowing what's going on and knowing whether or not you guys can advance towards the city, the next morning comes without any problems, and so does the one after that. So you're clear, essentially. Just take some time to talk with each other.
So, can we go back to the night of the party after the
Yes, of
incident?
course. That's what I'm saying. You have 2 days of absolutely
Yeah, I believe
nothing
that people
going on.
had questions for me. So I'm
Yep.
sitting there with an actual pint of my Moonlight Mead this time around. It's not heavy stuff, but it's Fey enchanted to make you like partially trip out just a little.
Just a
It's
little
light
bit.
stuff as far as their stuff goes.
It's not Calistrian regret. It's just,
God damn, we've already had our fair share of that crap.
2 times.
Yeah, it makes the world nice and shimmery.
It makes us trip balls.
It's a nice
the
buzz
size of
on for this stuff.
mountains.
Yep. So, who wants to ask the new guy questions?
I'll ask one.
Go ahead.
So who are you?
So who am I? Is that what you asked?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Zeros.
When did you get here?
Define here.
No.
Would you like to define here, or would you like my answer straight? I
I'm
can
walking
give you an
away.
honest answer either way.
I'm walking away.
I think he means like the vicinity, the
Like,
group that
be
shit.
more specific. Like, do you mean the mercenary group, the plane itself? What do you mean? That's what he's asking you.
He knows what I mean. He knows full well what I mean. What are you
Hi,
doing in the
looking
mercenary?
at Vlad.
I
Stop
was
being
willing
sucked
to
off
give
and
you a more
explain.
honest answer than what you were initially asking for.
So what are you doing in the mercenary group?
Oh, that was hard.
Oh, when did this happen?
Well, I came up and I asked for a job on the night that I treated you all the drinks.
I don't remember any drinks.
Yeah,
Grant
you all went
says
for the
you got
wads
really
instead.
drunk,
I don't
yeah.
know why. Some of you got really drunk off of their equivalent of Dragon Breath. You do know that was a Desned bar, right? All sorts of enchantments, all that stuff.
Yep. It was actually a
Look
bar run
over
by
at-
Desnans. It was a Desnan Caden
Look.
Kalian worshipper specialty. The drinks were provided by Caden Kalian clerics, but the setting was set up by Desnans. Fun fact, he was right.
Looks over at Priya since he chimed in. How much did we all drink?
Graves.
Well,
Graves
some
level?
of
Oh
you
god.
were unfortunate enough to eat wads. The ones of you that drank were for some reason compelled to drink more than you initially intended. I don't know why. I mean, I was out securing lodging for this night onward. I do have a nice place over at a noble outside of town that has nothing to do with the people running the party inside of town, if you're looking for a place to stay. But yeah, that's what I was doing while you all were doing that. And then I got some rest between then and setting up this.
So Graves says to you, "You've been saying some weird things today. Care to explain?"
Ask away.
You would
So,
say it's evil.
offering Nihil a new life.
That wasn't Nihil.
What?
Huh?
I'm guessing it was, but wasn't in terms of.
She said there was some scrap of her. You mean like she was being possessed?
Yep. That was Matt's grandmother, I believe, according to what I had recalled earlier.
Huh.
She said as much.
So you were legitimately offering the cursed great-grand matriarch of the family a way out.
A permanent way out, whether or not she chooses to fulfill it. She didn't even give me the chance to finish. It comes with a free fate shaping, and part of that lets you opt out of actually joining the cult of Pandemonium if you choose not to. I wouldn't call it a cult. It's more like a vacation spot, honestly. But if you do, you aren't allowed back until you prove yourself enough to get an invitation again, and you literally can never live the same life again in any parallel world. That's a good and a bad thing. It's literally the only catch to the contract. Oh yeah, the thing about that is, I'll let you know. If you do accept the contract and side with Pandemonium, they basically collect dividends instead of like outright owning your soul or siphoning from it. Your base soul is essentially fine, and I mean, I'm proof enough of that. It's a lovely contract to literally become one of their agents. It's an opportunity that's once in a lifetime, honestly. And I don't offer it
I
lightly. You
just
won't see
keep
me
staring
offering that
for the
randomly.
daggers as this continues
So
on.
I think what he's trying to. Pandemonium isn't hell, right, Graves? Okay, Shadow, Pandemonium is not hell. Have you heard of Pandemonium?
Pandemonium is a okay, so D&D has a similar thing, and correct
Pandemonium is
me.
Hell's
No,
eighth circle. It's the place where
no,
their hierarchy,
So it is
their
hell.
lords
So
stay.
it's a it's so long story short, for those of you who are confused by this, this is a 3.5 character originally, if I'm remembering correctly.
Actually, the original incarnation of Zeros was an AD&D character.
Oh,
see that.
okay.
No,
My
wait,
parents forced me into that. This
makes
character
sense.
is legit
So
old.
so
That
in
makes
that case, so long story short, this character is so it's one of those things where like Carl, I will tell you guys that like you Carl, this person is not evil. I'm just gonna tell you that outright. You
Okay.
are a paladin.
Zeros.
That's why I'm like,
Okay.
you're
Out of
saying
character.
sus
Let me
things.
specify
I
this.
don't send
Let me
stalkers
specify
around.
this up front. I
Lot of
wanted to do
complaints.
this off stream, but
No. We can pause for a second. I can mute.
okay. Let's pause for a
all that aside, Graves is basically going to say, this guy doesn't seem evil. Again, I know Matt isn't the brightest bulb in the shed when it comes to emotional stuff. He's a pretty good judge of character.
Wait, isn't one of you here a cleric?
Yeah,
I think we have.
well, Shadow's a paladin. If he's trying to think you're evil, that's already dumb.
Hold on
Yeah.
a second. Religion check.
Paladin of
I know
Atsu.
enough to know that there's a spell that literally at first level for paladins and clerics lets somebody check their alignment, right?
That's first edition, but Shadow can detect evil, and you do not give off evil. Nor do you give off good. Like, neutral is the correct assumption here. But then Gavilan's also neutral. So, like, Gavilan and you share an alignment, essentially, is what basically the divine casters can suss out, right? Oh,
And my immediate assumption in my head is this: oh god, it's Gavilan 2.0.
Ah!
So, Graves says, now, I would ask you to do one thing, and I don't mean to be in any disrespect by this. Believe me, I don't. But as far as some of our other more devout allies might be, doing those things outside of the rare, freeing someone from a curse type of thing might be a bad idea. Because,
That's literally what it was, by the way.
yes, it was. It was actually along those lines, yes. But, and Graves is like, the thing is that. Whoa, 1 second. My mic needs to be adjusted. It started falling down, so give me a second to tighten it. I have a arm stand for it. Nope. So you guys can continue from there, because I've got to readjust this mic. Oh, well, that's fun. That is fun. Yep. So can you guys hear me all right still?
I can hear you, but a bit distant.
Yeah, I'm trying to readjust my mic into the thing. Um, we'll be right back. I've got to adjust my mic. Okay, so my mic literally fell off of where it was. And I caught it as it was falling, so there's no damage to the mic.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I always catch it as it's falling, though, so I need to find a new surface for this arm. Still the best surface I have for it. Okay, long story short, as Graves was saying, it's not so much that I necessarily disbelieve that the contract isn't as evil as it sounds. It's just the fact that if you say those things around, then he points at Graves and Shadow, those two enough are around some of the other members of the mercenary group, even if they don't sense you as evil, it's not the best appearance. So do it in private and with confidence that the person is not going to assume the worst of you. Not necessarily saying you have to stop doing it, because honestly, Matt trusts you. And, well, until you prove we can't, I feel we're fine with doing what Matt does. That makes sense to the rest of you. I know I ain't the brightest bulb in the shed, but, you know, not really a threat at the moment. We're live again, by the way.
I'm aware.
Graves is just sort of looking around. Did Graves say something weird? Do I have something on my face?
I don't really have a response to that.
Like, good, don't have a response to that, or like, very dumb idea, Graves?
Apathetic.
What about you, Gurkval and Shadow?
Mm-hmm.
We'll just see how it goes.
Play it by ear, exactly. He's given us. What did you say, Keat?
So tell me about these demos of yours.
Could you repeat that?
He's
So tell
asking
me
about
about
the devils.
yours.
Oh, the noble devils. They are as follows. Pandemonium lore taking 10. Because
Okay.
everyone who is should know this.
Yep.
Everyone who's affiliated with should know the names of Baphomet, Mephistopheles, Baal. Fuck. I'm trying to remember the last two. Lucifer, obviously. And, usually people associate a fifth one, but there's the main four that no one really contests.
Okay.
That comprise the four noble devils.
They don't sound very noble.
The fact is, even Lucifer is lawbound. And that's what makes them noble. See, if they come to you to make an agreement, it's literally law. A contract signed by them or endorsed by them is literally enforced by one of the oldest laws to ever exist.
And you made one of these contracts.
I can, under certain circumstances where an individual is truly plighted,
I think
pray to my
you
God for the
made
chance
one
to
of
get
these
one.
contracts. Like, you yourself made a contract with these guys.
Yep.
What exactly do they have you do?
Oh, under most circumstances, I am stuck working for either them or a god of their choice.
And they're evil.
Well, let's
You
see.
could say that, but they may be working towards some sort of greater game that requires me to do something else. And they aren't the only ones that I serve.
But they could also tell you to do evil things, and you'd have to do it.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. You
What
see,
are-
I still possess my soul. They may own it, but I possess it. Which means that I am not under compulsion. And if one of you guys were to check that, I'll open myself to you to let you see for yourself.
My final question is when Matt said, "Oh, we're people who are trying to make a more orderly world," you said that you were amongst the right crowd, or something along those lines.
I work for. How do I put this? I lower the tone of my voice. My original contract that I made before I ever had memories of my past lives wasn't one of choice. Everybody, sit down. Have yourself something of your favorites, or keep yourself sober if you can't handle it. This is a good one. Let me tell you all about a little something that we call Planescape. I guess it's unavoidable to go on about my backstory to some extent. There are some important details that I literally can't mention, but I'm going to eschew all of those from it and give you as much information as you desire about it after I give you as much information as I feel I can. If that's alright?
Graves says, "I don't know if necessarily you need to spill the guts about your backstory, but like, maybe clarify you're not here to oppose what we're doing. I think that'll be enough for now. You say you're not under compulsion, so
My original contract that allows me to live multiple lives, allows me to live them in parallel. I observe from a place that I cannot escape, that I can never escape from. This is essentially another me.
I see.
Another me that can never fully be reunited with the true me. And, well, the truth is, Desna and Mephistopheles both have their own reasons for me wanting to be here. But I am an agent of the central force itself, the truest force of true neutrality. And I cannot go into specifics about the naming of that location or its matron. I think I'm getting close to saying too much by even mentioning that. What I will
Probably.
say of the place is, seek not the spire at the center. Do not board the silver vessel. And should you find yourself nearing the center of any true neutral plane on any planar grid, flee before you never can again. Because I am not a common case. The majority of people that fall under my condition become turned into soulless automatons at best, and in most cases destroyed.
Okay. So you were sent here not just by one of these devils, but by Desna?
That is correct. The symbol is not a lie. I present it.
Fair enough. I don't really see any reason to doubt. He might have multiple masters, but ultimately, we are allies with Desna.
Offer hospitality to literally anyone if you haven't gleaned that yet.
Oh no, I have gleaned that, but to the
Except the undead. Screw the undead. Desna doesn't like them either.
Okay, look, that's one of us. Okay, let's be clear. That's our mentality. Matt doesn't really require people to be good, and he looks at Gavilan, or require them to have law as their main source of alignment. Still looking at Gavilan, but he requires them to want similar aspects.
Let me specify something. If evil undead are making anathema to Desna, I have a permit to literally make them suffer. I pull out a quiver of these bolts. If a evil undead does appear, I am permitted to use these. I only stock them when I'm dealing with demons or undead specifically.
Okay, that's fair.
And they are specifically for that purpose. I do not have a grudge against general undead. especially those that are willful. And I believe that they should, in most, if not all cases, be rightfully put to rest in a respectful manner. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, actually, once again, and he sort of looks at you as like, I feel like we've met somewhere before at this point, but I'm trying to basically keep Matt's last wish intact. He wants you to be here, and I can see why now. You might not be the typical person we have that shares our views and goals, but neither is Gavilan. And look who's in charge.
Heads up, Graves. In case you are forgetting, but you're probably remembering now, the more that you try to think about this sort of stuff typically, the more that you tended in the past to get a headache, so you may want to take another shot if you feel up to it.
Oh, no, I've had an entire barrel at this point.
Ah, you're good.
Yeah, I'm good. Honestly, I have not been completely sober this entire time.
Ah, I can
But-
hardly tell the difference.
Oh, yes. Actually, that's part of the thing. Worshipping Caden Kellyan is great for learning how to basically function while being an alcoholic.
Personally, I just successfully kissed up to somebody who seems to be one of the main opposition in that whatever V named dude. I remember faces, but I hardly remember names of people.
Honestly, that probably was for the best because, look, Gavilan, listen to me. You know, it looks like this guy is pretty good at keeping our enemies closer. I actually
And Matt,
would.
you know, he's still out there.
Well, yeah, you just saw.
And by my math, after tonight, we got another 2 days before we have to start heading over to Aparta.
Opara, yeah.
Apara, yeah. You know, these parties get more intense as time passes. This party's probably gonna go on for a couple of months. I invited the Faithful over. Um, but I'll be damned if after that successful mission, since Matt's still out there and we successfully averted anybody getting seriously hurt.
Aside from the
Damned if I don't party for a couple of days. What say you all?
honestly,
If you don't want to, you could just, you know, like prepare yourself for the journey ahead, but
honestly, why mourn a death when we can celebrate the life?
I know, right?
Yep. He didn't make a contract with you, just out of curiosity. If you're at
Oh,
liberty
Memphis
to
Half-Lives?
disclose. No, our good leader.
Oh, we never signed anything, much less in blood.
Okay, cool. Well, in that case, let's party hardy hardy. Celebrate the life of a good man.
Woo, man!
Indeed.
So, is there anything in particular you're doing for the next couple of days while partying? Because, believe it or not, I still have things to do on this session.
I'm sorry, but I just spent 2 months straight preparing for this. What I'm doing here. The answer is no. Unless a party member wants to talk to me for something or needs me for something that they're doing, I am going to be getting lightly buzzed and getting just the right amount of sleep. Aside from attending this party that from this point on is probably never going to completely end and only get more intense until we have to go.
What I more meant to say is, like, is there anything else important conversation-wise, or can I move to departure? Just out of curiosity.
Unless anyone else has any other questions, no.
Any other questions?
Contract.
Tell you what, we break this time loop, I'll strongly consider it.
Yeah.
Well, Graves says, hold on, time loop?
That's correct. That's why you're starting to see that you have possibly seen me before. Would you like to know more about that? I'm
Do you know
more
about
than willing to divulge.
time loop? So we actually know someone who's on a actual time loop here. You might.
How do you think I know virtually everything that's going on? I've tried to be at least sort of subtle and just make joking, passing remarks about it, but now that everybody around us is plastered off of hallucinogenics and drunk at the very least, and most of you are as sober as you're comfortable being, given the circumstances. Yeah, and you're all gathered around me near. Yeah, I'll go ahead and tell you if you're willing to listen. Whether you believe me or
So,
not, it's up to you, but
so very quickly, Zeros, make me one of those future nihil or parallel checks. Because I know you don't
I
get it
have.
too much into the detail of the dossier, but there's a very important one. Yep. It
Oh, that
says
is a good roll.
that is a good roll. On the bottom of the dossier, it says final act. Like this is one last ditch attempt to actually stop it.
Wait.
This
Hold on a
is
second. By chance, did I actually carry those papers with me?
you probably yes, but you probably wouldn't show them to everyone.
Just anyone, or these
Yeah.
people just yet?
Yeah, but there is the person who is caught in a time loop has lost their memories. They are your fellow agent essentially, not necessarily someone who's made a contract, but someone who's helping you guys try and fix this shit for his own reasons, right? Because he's not so much working for your group, but like Desna would be one of these patrons he'd be working for. This is his last attempt to try and fix things. So you being here is a sign that you need a backup. That's because, and Graves will tell you that, yeah, the guy who lost his memory, aside from Raphael over there, is apparently on a time loop. Till, I guess it stops the time loop. So.
Wait, it says. I double check and read that again. I said that one of my cantrips along with stabilize was detect magic, right?
Yep.
What's my class DC again? Fuck. Excuse my language.
Nah, it's fine. We're like in hour 6 of this stream.
Where do I go to find my class DC on my sheet?
Your class DC at this level is 29 based off of the Path Builder sheet I have open. What are you doing with detect magic? Just out of curiosity.
Making sure that that line isn't glamoured.
Yeah, no, that line is, it's one of those things where, like, if the patrons trust the people enough, they can show the people they trust enough. Or if, you know, one of your allies needs to know that, right? It's slightly glamoured. It can be waved and unwaved, right? So that's.
I wanted to make absolutely sure that it wasn't concealing anything, so I do that now.
Yeah.
For all that I know, they could have put extra text below that would clue me into something. That is definitely one of their things to do with something that isn't a formal contract.
So they said, "Oh, this is the last. This is a last attempt." Underneath that, even further, if you're looking for a little bit of additional information, it just sort of says, "Too many have been lost in the process. Order is too hard to maintain. One last chance."
Well, yeah. Apparently, the Central Force sent me here as a literal last resolve. So this is the big one. Either we complete this all the way, or, this timeline's ending one way or another.
Well, sounds like we got some work to do. So let's get the partying out of our system so we can be serious.
Oh, I do have a plan, but we'll go over it another time.
Yep. So is there anything in particular you guys are doing while partying? Anything you're trying... Hey, Raphael! Are you going to the booze? Sass, are you there? I think he's asleep.
I'll tell you what I'm doing.
What are you doing, Keith?
I'm gonna be the entertainment. Let's do a performance check.
Wow. Stu, they are quite whelmed by the entertainment you provide.
But not overwhelmed?
You rolled pretty low.
I will hero push.
Okay. They are still whelmed. Regardless, you know, whatever, unless there's anything else you guys need to do at this moment in time, you know, you guys decide to leave at the certain time. You get to Opara without incident until you get inside Opara. I think that what I will ask you all to do is roll me gather info checks here, diplomacy, or any other skill like streetwise. Performance is something that you can do to gather info, indeed. I'm gonna need a check from everyone.
Gather information for... Okay. Diplomacy. Wait, can I do that?
Yes.
Okay. I was thinking time nonsense.
No, you can gather information, because if you get it from someone else, then you can give the information, because, you know, you can still receive and give information as long as it's not future information. And Carl, if you're awake,
Mm-hmm. What kind of?
Diplomacy check to gather information.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of rumors going around. Okay, cool. So, Zeros. The most basic of the rumors going around is that the Queen, or the Empress is in mourning, you know, because Matt's dead. That's
right.
However, she has gained a new bodyguard and consultant, by a nickname that, honestly, none of you guys would know at this point, but would be relevant in future campaigns. By the nickname of the Leviathan Devil, a masked person who seems to also have been a magus who trained under Alex Terraza Toledo. However, outside of the connection they have, there's also this rumor that those two are not good friends. If anything, quite the opposite. It's Mr. Steal Your Girl type of energy, if that makes sense.
Oh, look at that guy wearing a not Matt mask.
I mean, he has a different build, too. He's shorter. And, like, more built. So, it's very believable that this is a new weirdo. Gavilon, with what you've learned, that today an assassin has been captured that went after Aurora by the new masked man. And that they've begun questioning him. Shadow, you've learned a very interesting rumor. 35 is the exact DC for this one, and I will get back to you. Because you didn't just run into any random person, you ran into Alexander Romanov and Chelsea Ocean.
Ooh. Interesting.
And Gurkfall, The rumor you've heard is that people are. You've heard a rumor that recently the prison, the prison tower off in the coast of Opara has recently been very high security, like higher than normal. These are the worst criminals of this particular part of the Inner Sea region being held in that place. And like it's to a point where like there are rumors that the people in there have had weapons for years. They've had no like anti-magic stuff on them, almost as if they've been like preparing an army type of rumor is what you get for your like 10 above the DC for success level. Now, this is a rumor as far as you're aware in current time. You can say this is a rumor. That's about all you can say. Because future shit, right? Anyways, you guys would all gather this information, and then just as you guys are meeting up, Shadow would run into Alexander Romanoff, Chelsea Ocean, and Clara Sky. And Alexander says, "Ah, there you guys are. Good to see you made it. We heard what happened. Well, not so much heard, but we heard it got dicey over in, I don't think he gave us a town name. Calgar is a good source of information, but also hardly ever remembers places or things."
Yeah, he's too drunk.
Yes.
Oh, you mean the town with the
Dead
bang party still going on, and the dead party in the middle of the town?
Yup.
Yeah, that town.
Yep. I don't think we've met. Name's Alexander Romanoff. Pleasure.
Oh, I'm Zeros. Nice to meet you.
Yes. Well, regardless, I would like to say we are not quite sure Matt's dead. At least we saw him quite alive.
Sure, he's dead.
We saw him being taken over to Thesa's prison.
Well, he contacted me from beyond the grave.
Doesn't that sound a little suspicious?
Well, I hope not. He's the one who told me to be in charge.
Well, in charge of your group. Hate to break it to you, Gavilan. While you're the second in command, if Matt's actually dead, Mimi is taking over as full command of full regiments.
Well, I don't care about that.
Yeah, you're in command of this group at the moment. We aren't really sure about secession because, fun fact, we don't get to decide our next leader. The Federation does, which the Federation has been signed into effect at this moment in time after the assassin was captured.
Wouldn't I be the leader of Ice Peace?
Politics, gets in the way of good men doing good things.
Politics,
long story short, me, Chelsea, and Clara all saw, with true sight nonetheless, I have and he taps the scope on his rifle. I have a true sight scope. When I saw it, I pointed my rifle at it because I wanted to make sure it was no illusion. We saw Matt being taken onto a ship headed for that prison.
Well, I guess we're going to the prison then.
I was actually going to say, we know someone you could talk to get in there. Someone who's been planning a break-in and a break-out.
And who's that?
I don't know if you remember a mercenary group by the name of Passion.
No, I don't.
Okay,
I seem to vaguely remember the name, at least.
Yeah, that group that... No, you didn't meet them, but the town of Lene, place where you guys went into the first world for about 5 seconds, that place used to be protected by that group.
Oh. And
then they were falsely imprisoned, according to the town. Turns out that's the case. They had a monk named Lanu Chai. She's not exactly.
We met a member of Passion. That was in the
you didn't. You did not meet a member of Passion. You met a friend of the group. You met an Eagle Knight who was the innkeeper. They retired.
Yes. Okay. Got it.
And he says, "Okay, so
Yes, I know I've heard the
if
freaking
you
name
find
of it.
if you find Law New, you can probably convince her to let you help in breaking out the people you're looking for. It's gonna be a lot, and well, we have some reason to believe that you aren't going to be the only force making its way through the prison, but you need to be the first. If they get spooked, they'll kill them. That's their leverage. So we're not allowed to do this. This is not illegal action. So you gotta be okay, Shadow?
Let's just say I've been given special leniencies in cases like this, so I think I'll be fine.
And your ring is not glowing, so yes, you are. Okay, cool. Lanu tends to hang out and, like, he takes his gun, holds it by the front part of it, points down an alley. Literally just walk down this alley. Like, walk down this alley and keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see you all are alive. Not sure how long that's going to last with all things considered, but we'll make sure to keep some money to bring you back if anything goes wrong. You're good. Now get going. Godspeed. Help save them. We're all counting on you.
I'm gonna hang back for a second. And I'll let the rest of the group go first.
Who's leading the charge to find this person? Who's going in the alley first?
I guess I'll go into the alley first.
Hold on a second. I asked the party, can I get like 2 hours to prepare? I can't exactly be seen looking like my normal self doing something like this. It's
Okay.
literally one of the laws that I have to follow. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but can we take a little time to prepare?
How often do you have to do this thing?
Whenever I'm doing something that's super fucking illegal for an extended period of time.
Okay.
So,
looks like you'll probably have time
Pandemonium
while we
lore
talk.
check very quickly. Because yes, no, there's a Pandemonium lore check very quickly. Because you might actually be able to get something if you roll well. You can still do the change of appearance, but you might actually get knowledge out of this. So, okay. What you would get out of this, you probably should still change your appearance, because, better to, make sure you're doing things by the book. But technically, as far as Alexander is concerned, you don't have permission. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't want to tell everyone this, because it ruins everything. But, Matt did say, yeah, if you break into the prison, you're good. Earlier. So, do with that information what you will.
In the interest of keeping up appearances, I ask for an hour instead of 2 hours.
Okay. They can go find the person, because you'd have, like, more than 2 hours to... The ship goes in and out of port once per day. It's already left port today. So you can go off and make sure you're good, but let's let these guys go after this Lanu Chai person. Speaking of Lanu Chai, I have art. Also, Gavilan, you sure you're taking the front?
Oh, is this a battle?
No, it's not a fight.
Well, I don't see why I wouldn't. I'm now the leader.
Okay. I'm
still staying behind.
Just testing the cut of your jib. That's all.
The cut of my jib.
You've never heard that term before?
Well, I have a giblet, so I hope you're not cutting it.
It's the it's like a way of saying the strength of your character. I like your character. I like the cut of your jib.
I'm aware, but I'm also a bird.
Oh, yes. Sorry, that was insensitive of me.
But it was funny.
It was hilarious. Yes. We do not support racism against birds. We do, however, find it hilarious.
Well, I support racism against birds who aren't me.
Ooh.
Yes. Yes.
So I go into the alleyway.
So, you know, you walk. This alleyway is pretty long. It's like an alleyway that leads through several other alleyways, right? It's just like a very. Anyways, make me some perception checks. Or you make me a perception check, Gavilan. This person comes up, and because of your low roll on perception, they manage to grab you, put you on a hold, put a knife to your throat, and say, "What do you all want? And if it's not to help me, I'm gonna kill him."
Well, I think we're here to help you.
Wait, really?
I think so.
Of Taldor? You falsely imprisoned my wife and friends and a lot of other people.
Do that.
Your allies did.
Who are my allies?
The nation of Taldor and its empress and emperor.
Oh yeah. Well, we're not on the best terms right now.
Okay, no, I don't believe that, but okay, what's going on here, pal?
Well, hi, we're here to get into a prison.
Oh my god, you are actually here to... Okay, she, like, says, "I'm sorry," and she puts away her, like, little special... I think its actual name is a guitar. She says, "I'm sorry."
Guitar?
Yeah, like that. It's a very special monk dagger. And she says, "I'm sorry. It's just
it's
that..."
Fine. A lot of people have put knives to my neck.
And she like looks at Shadow, or she looks at Shadow or Gurkfall, and she says, "Is he normally like this?" Oh, Gurkfall. She looks at you, Gurkfall, and she says, "Is he normally like this?" Okay, so what brings you to help me all of a sudden?
We also need into the prison.
Why?
There's someone being held there unjustly.
Okay, who is it this time that makes the puppets of Taldor care?
The Emperor.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, well, baby. It's not been confirmed yet, but baby.
Hold on. You mean you guys aren't working with Thesa?
Who?
Thesa Dragnu? Warden of the prison?
No, she's probably actually going to be a problem that we'll need to deal with.
Really?
Yes.
You are definitely not lying to me. I can tell that. Okay, I have a plan. Fun fact, this prison doesn't take your shit from you when you enter, because they think, "Oh, worst criminals in the world. Let's let them keep their weapons so we can turn them against the people of Taldor."
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow, I am dumb. All this is making sense now. No wonder no one else tried to break out and promise to... Oh, that's why... I've made a lot of mistakes. You're gonna help me right them. We're gonna make a prison break. We're gonna break out the Emperor. We're gonna break out my wife, my friends, and whoever else is being held there without actually committing a crime.
Sure. Even if we did, we'd probably get a pardon if we find the Emperor.
That's fair. Yeah, that's actually really fair. That makes a whole lot of sense. So, can't really leave today. Boat's already set out. I can get us on board the next ship. We will be being treated as prisoners, but they won't take our shit.
Alright.
So can you introduce me to the rest of your group? Because I'm pretty sure this isn't it. We've got 3
Oh,
people
yeah,
here.
sure. Come on, let's walk out of the alleyway.
Oh, yeah, cool. By the way, name's Lon New Chai. Sorry about that.
Love New Chai. Okay, hi, Love New Chai. Everyone, this is Love New Chai. Love New Chai. This is Shadow and Gurkball and Raphael, and I don't know who else is here.
And she says, okay, so long story short, what crimes do you feel comfortable with me falsely saying you committed?
Oh, any.
Are you positive about that?
I mean, sure, why not? In fact, why don't you go big? Let's investigate terrorism. That sounds cool.
What about treason?
Oh, yeah, I mean, well, I'm already doing that, but sure.
Okay, that's weird. What about you? And she looks at Gurkval. What crime do you feel comfortable going to jail for?
I'm going to jail for shooting up a Walmart.
Okay, well, I'm going to put you under treason. We're breaking into a prison as prisoners because they won't take our shit. And we won't have to fight our way in. So...
You mean they won't take our stuff?
Well, yeah, they've been building an army there of people who hate Taldor. And which explains why I was able to escape, because I swore vengeance on the Empress for throwing my friends and wife into there without any context or reason.
I understand.
What about you, Shadow? What crime do you feel comfortable with committing to go to the worst prison on the face of Glorian?
Littering.
Well, as to not anger my god, anything that a paladin could actually even reasonably commit.
Littering.
Because you may as well make it believable.
The unsanctioned killing of an evil, worshipping person?
Just goes deep in thought.
You know, like...
qualify?
Well, yeah, you can't let someone evil get away. You have to kill them. That's pretty easy.
Yeah.
What about you? And she, like, turns to Graves and she's just like...
She just starts thanking R.
And what about you? And she looks at Graves and she says, I think I know. And he's like, yeah, you probably do. Hey, Sass, are you back?
Hello.
So, we've moved past the party. We learned more about Lucas Seaver, of all people, in the process. And now we're talking about breaking into prison. To save your friend. I just breaking news! Opara men break into prison to be with friends.
I need to be with friends. Goodbye.
So,
that's
funny.
So,
that'd be a funny ass headline.
So Lanu turns to you, Raphael, and is like, what crime do you feel comfortable with committing to end up in the worst prison on Earth?
Well, oh gosh. This is the worst, this is like the worst place to go.
Yes, and we're apparently doing it to save your friend Matt.
Apparently. Well, I know we're doing it to save Matt. Because
yeah, apparently he's not dead, maybe? Who knows?
Literally, that role of believing you, Keith. It's like it's that sense motive check with a nat 20.
Yeah,
so,
I know.
Just because Keith was telling the truth doesn't mean he wasn't lied to.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Which is why I tend to not believe that kind of shit.
But also,
I knew there was a catch.
But also, I would point out that Matt said he'd bargain his way back. It's been 3 days. To be fair, as Zeros has already pointed out,
Matt's tournament arc Purgatory must not last that long.
Are you? Yeah, nah. Apparently, you just steamrolled through it. It's like, huh? Why am I suddenly the strongest person to have ever lived? That didn't go
Desmond
straight to hell.
rode in a motorcycle with a boombox and said, "So train me in 1,000 years."
So, but yeah,
I said
extra
nothing.
dimensional time is far, far quicker than material
I just
plane
have to do a
time.
bad thing in order to get there.
Well, no, I'm gonna lie about you doing a bad thing in order to get there.
Oh.
But you get to decide.
Oh,
I'm
so did I have
not-
time to prepare before this?
Oh yes,
You
you're
should
still
tell him
off
I'm
preparing.
So, yeah, I am going to hire three. I'm from the Mastermind Rogue racket. I'm hiring 3 other rogues 2 levels below me that are also masters in diplomacy and deception.
Well, hold on, we can
For
hire
what
people.
purpose? I'm curious.
I'm going to create a little mini entourage and forge passes from the Empress to infiltrate the prison as visitors to watch what I hear was a supposed super jail in action.
Before you do that, I will point out one thing. If you have papers from the Empress, they're going to murder you.
Wait, what? That
So,
isn't what you.
So no. One of the things is, sorry, I said you can, so the Empress is not on good terms with this person. That's what I was saying earlier when I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that this person is responsible for all the attempts on my wife's life. So if you walk up with papers signed by this person's archenemy, they're going to murder you. You know?
Yes, I would like to expect the prison you're building an army in.
Yeah.
I mean, do we want to be put in prison?
Now,
Right?
it is possible they don't take your gear. How comfortable are you how comfortable are you with riding in your own bag of holding?
Oh.
If you don't want to go down for anything illegal, how comfortable are you with being in a small bag of holding for a bit?
Holding huge, like a huge.
I'm fine with it. The worst thing is that I get warped out of the campaign for the rest of the session while my patron and matron have to go fetch me from a random plane.
Oh, no. There's a very particular thing with, technically it wouldn't even be your bag of holding.
No, I'm talking
it
about
would
if
be...
somebody breaks it while I'm in it.
Oh, no. They're not even taking your stuff, by the way. Like, this prison is, like, very, very much breaking the law.
Also, there's, like, 9 different exits to the same fucking place. Someone's gonna be able to pick you up.
So, literally, this is starting a multi-session, multi-week type of arc. I'm just getting you inside this week.
Woohoo! We'll ruin in a week.
Speaking of which, it is towards the top of the hour, and my wrist is shaking, so before we continue, we'll be right back. Time for another break. So, the next day comes. You've all got your fake crimes and your real handcuffs. Except for Zeros. He's not really anywhere to be seen. And you are boarding a boat that, quite simply put, it looks like it's been used for one purpose for about 50 years. It's old, but it's like not well worn, right? And the person checking you into the place is a half orc, standing about 7 foot, not quite 7 foot, about 6'11" and a quarter, right? And big, burly, muscly guy, and he's looking at you, and he walks up and he's like, Graves Ulfenrear, arrested for and charged with drunk and disorderly conduct and manslaughter. Gavilan Polero, guilty of treason and conspiracy to commit treason.
Uh-oh.
This ruined my plan.
Uh-oh.
Gurkval, whatever this last name is, guilty of treason. Raphael Maximus.
Oh, that's your last name? Wow.
Raphael Maximus. Wow. You're not given the death penalty. Wow. A paladin of Apsu. Shadow. Oh, that makes sense. Murdering someone without permission or consent by the authorities. And finally, look who we caught back. If it isn't old Lanu Chai. And she, like, spits in his face and he's like, I'll break you in again. And he wipes it off with his arm and he's like, you're all, get him on the ship. We don't have too much time. And
Lanu Chai.
As you guys are approaching the ship, you will actually see two familiar faces as you're going below the deck. Probably won't remember them, but these are people you met once upon a time in your second trip to Absalom. Two of them, anyways. You got Thesa, who is an old friend of Matt from Absalom.
Hey, that's vaguely... I don't remember that.
And Demi Fizzlebang, another friend of Matt.
I don't remember that one.
And then you guys remember the joke of the name you guys call Period Man?
I was not there for Period.
You were there for Period Man. You weren't there for dealing with him directly, but you dealt with the person who used them as their Eidolon. That was where you got the wish.
Oh, that's right.
And then you see this guy here, who seems to be their colleague, and the three are arguing, and Jake says, I still don't get why that, person sent us here. I mean, I literally didn't do anything. Versus you two stole a magical artifact, and Thesis is like, we were paid good money, and Demi's like, yeah, well, you are going to end up way worse than I am, and you see them bantering, and they don't seem to recognize you, probably for the best. But basically, you see a bunch of people on this ship bantering, hopeless, broken, but armed and ready. And the ship ride is uneventful, outside of a weird guard. What are you doing here, Mr. I don't know your name?
Reeve. Reeve's the name.
Okay, what are you doing
It's
here,
spelled
Reeve?
R-E-V-E, if you're curious.
Yep. What are you doing here, Reeve?
Checking my gear, preparing for orientation. I just got hired.
Yes, you got hired, and your first job is to escort the new prisoners.
Yep.
Yep.
Just a warm-up, I suppose.
Yep. So,
Also,
you get... So, what?
Matt,
Yes?
yeah, just point out, I'm not wearing my armor. I'm instead wearing, like, peasant clothes.
No, you're wearing your armor. Listen to me. They are not taking your gear.
No.
Hold on.
I have
Glamored Rude, yeah. They would still know you're a paladin of Apsu for
but
paperwork reasons.
Yeah. Well, yes, I know, but there's a reason why, because everybody underestimates glamored ruins or glamored runes.
Yes,
They
no.
can be used for
Another
infiltration. It's like, oh hey,
yes.
I'm gonna stab this chain.
Another
Like
thing I
what?
will point out is, there's basically grates to the lower deck, and above them you can see people walking by. And you see a very high-ranking guard talking to a masked figure. And he says, it's good to see the Leviathan Devil has decided to come take a visit of our vicinities. I hope the Empress is doing well. And he says, quite. And you are... No, this voice doesn't sound familiar at all. Nope, not at all. Remember, I only have one voice.
It sounds like a very messed up, like, it doesn't sound like him at all, basically.
It doesn't sound, it just sounds, it does not sound familiar. It sounds like someone, like, it just sounds like a regular person, right? Just a regular dude.
And I will say this much. The fact that this person's here, Shadow's definitely fucking listening in on that conversation because of the rumor that this is now the fucking counsel to the Empress. So I'm not sure exactly what he's here for, but I'm overhearing the conversation to see if I can ascertain the purpose of the visit. If it is for shady reasons, I'm reporting this fuck.
Yep. So, the guard says, name's, Rick. I'm the head guard outside of the Warden. He's like, good to meet you, Rick. I'm the Leviathan Devil. Better you don't know the actual name. Let's just say, made some bad contracts in my day. I see. Well, it's good to meet you. What are you here for exactly? And he says, I'm just here to inspect the place. Make sure you're not doing anything too shady. And he's like, you hear anything about us doing anything shady? I was like, no, but you haven't had an inspection for 4 years. So, catching up on inspections. And he's like, oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. And that's about all you hear of the conversation before he invites him to another place, right? And as you get to the next dock, and they're taking you off the ship, the first person they take off is the blue-haired gnome, right? For some reason, that's the first person they take off.
Damon's is just weirdly sized. That's not a gnome.
What?
Damon's is just weirdly sized. My character isn't a gnome.
No,
Unless
not
you're
your
talking about
character.
somebody
I'm
else.
talking about the PNGs are all the same size, but small. No, this gnome.
This one.
Yeah. The one that has the little lightning spell there, if you take a look. Oh, right. I forgot to. So, once again, Demi Fizzlebang, Thesa, not Thesa, and Jake. That's all you got for that guy's name at the moment. And just in case I didn't do this one, Lanu Chai. Anyways. With all those names and places figured out, that blue-haired gnome is the first person they take off. And then they are gone for a few minutes, and then you walk off the ship. And the sign that is on the gate that leads past the dock is, Abandon all hope, ye who enter here.
Ah, it's a pirate place.
That's what's written on the gates to the underworld, but yeah, sure. You guys are all basically lined up in what appears to be some sort of formation in front of a gallows. There's someone whose head is in those gallows at the moment. And the head guard is like, now, listen here. You read the sign on the way in here. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. That's for a goddamn reason. For people like this. And he, like, smacks the person as they're standing there. Who think that they can give up their friends for information or for a better life. Well, they can. It's just not here. And he walks over and he pulls the lever and they just fall and their neck just snaps. And he's like, The only good way out of this place is death. Abandon all hope. And, you're all being escorted inside, but your group and this new guy as the guard seem to be the ones going in last. And as you're going in, you see this masked figure walk up to behind the guy, pull out a long sword, and jam it right through the guy's stomach. The head guard. And he's like, and then you even hear the head guard say, "I thought you were here for an inspection." And he's like, "Yeah, you failed, and the Empress has no need for you. That was decided before I got on the boat." And he pulls out the sword and just snaps the guy's neck at the same time. And and the gates start closing, and you just hear him say, "Enjoy your night, fellas. See you later." And all of the constraints on every prisoner here, every door, everything, is controlled by this head guard by a series of buttons on a magical device. Boop. Riot, riot, riot.
Yay!
Alright, we're in a riot. I assume I was put
I applaud fervently.
Was I put in the same cell as my fellow?
You guys haven't even reached a cell.
Damn.
And I had this whole.
Look, we're literally at the front door with the riot, sirens wailing.
Oh no, there's no riot sirens. He crushes the device after he opens everything.
I was gonna call
and he closes.
I was gonna have a gangster accent.
I was gonna say here, yeah, see, all the time.
He closes the door, sneaks in past you, and just let me explain the layout of this place, okay? This first floor of this 5-floor prison is 30 meters tall. The second floor is 29, fourth is 25, or third is 25, fourth is also 25, and the last floor is 20 meters. This is a huge fucking prison. There are cells and stairs, there's a whole bunch of people here. So this person literally just jumps onto one of the higher floors and just starts climbing. And you're free to climb, go about the prison as you please. The riots have started. Seems the Empress doesn't really have plans to go loud with this one. But that guy doesn't seem like he might... There's still fishiness to him, right? Because the Empress wouldn't have told him to outright murder the guy and start a riot. There's still a possibility this person is that sort of, "Oh, I found out the leader of your group is alive, and I'm going to kill him because he's getting in my way." So, riot, race, gotta save him.
We're racing to the top floor?
You're racing to the top floor, trying to get to the Emperor before he's executed, taken away, or killed by that guy.
Well, I can fly.
Okay.
There is a problem with that.
They probably are. They can probably control,
It's,
the air.
Here's the weird... There's one thing that is not allowed in this prison. Flying, levitation spells, anything that would take your feet off the ground. Without...
What about teleportation?
Teleportation is also blocked. Basically, anything that would make you able to get out of this place. Gone.
Wow. How do they do that?
It's a very specified anti-magic zone. Why don't you roll me some
that makes
society
sense.
checks,
But
or
why is it only for-
Paralore, or
Why is it only
Arcana for this?
Why is it only for...
Should I be rolling anything?
All of you should be rolling these checks in order to get any of your questions answered on this front. Because there's a particular reason that this is the case.
You don't want prisoners to use their spells, of course, but why is it only for teleportation? Nothing else.
That sounds like an Arcana, Society, or Opara
I'll
check.
roll it. I'll roll it.
Can I
Let's
use
get-
dim door?
You can dim door within the prison, not out of it.
I'll just keep dim door at the top.
You only have 3 of those a day.
And that's 300 meters.
Yes. But you need to be able to see where you're dim dooring to.
It's a very dim door.
This place is half prison, half maze.
Well, he's
You
climbing
can
on the
chase.
outside, isn't he?
So
He doesn't really know where he's going either. He's getting to a higher vantage point. That's what he seems to be doing.
The GM?
Yes?
I'm gonna re-roll that.
I stealth with a fail and used a hero point, and then crit succeeded. And then I proceeded to use a society check to figure out what the hell was going on.
Okay, cool. So, Society, Arcana check are both successful, but they tell different things. So, the prison is operated by several groups of people. A tribe of halflings, a tribe of what are the hyena people again?
Gnolls.
Yes, a tribe of gnolls that people in the nation of Taldor tend to call the mana control tribe. They are very good at crafting anti-magic fields, right? Very good at it. Like, they can craft fields where they disallow certain spells, but not other certain spells. Type of good. That's what this prison is. Finally, a clan of orcs that never leaves the prison's ground for any reason whatsoever. There's also rumors that these people are associated with Red Mantis assassins. And with that, you get a free bit of knowledge about every guard in this prison, Zeros, because that is.
I succeeded both checks.
You succeeded both checks, but the guards are a society check. The Mana Control Tribe they are not Rune Lord wizards, they are Abjuration wizards. They are all capable of casting an anti-magic zone. Keep that in mind. There is a group of Red Mantis assassins, known as the Prison Riot Killers, that are going to be dispatched shortly, so you need to move. Because they are going to kill everyone who is not in a cell peacefully waiting for the riot to stop. There is also a group of guards. The halflings are very skilled with poison. They're typically called small and filthy.
Yes.
Because they don't play fair. They're very dirty in fights. And finally, you have the Warden's Guard, who, I'm not even going to make you roll it. These guys have been turned into living, walking demons of orc corpses. They're horrifying. You do not want to fuck with them, unless you absolutely have to. These are the big threats, even more deadly than the Red Mantis assassins in this person's care. And as far as the Arcana check, you guys have a list of spells that are not just allowed, but encouraged on this floor of the, and this floor encourages you to use evocation spells. Welcome to the floor of Wrath.
Evocation?
Evocation.
Evocation!
But, more importantly, perception checks, everyone.
I'm going to make a perception check to sense what cell seems to have VIP prisoners that they are intentionally having set up to not be killed in this purge.
So it's not so much that particular prisoners aren't supposed to be killed. There's no VIP prisoners. There are people staying in their cells, though, because they know there's no point in rioting. Basically, if you're obedient when the world is not obedient, you get to live. Everyone who is currently outside of their cell doing anything is marked for death, including guards, by the way.
Yeah.
Guards that are not associated... New guards, like you, marked for death. Sorry.
I look for... I use perception to check for where the veterans are. The people who seem to know what they're doing the most.
Yeah, they are sort of looking at you like, what the fuck are you doing? Why aren't you keeping those guys under control as they're sort of gearing up for whatever they're doing? And you can sort of feel like as if you're being marked by someone. You feel like you've been hunted, you've been marked for death at this moment. We're not actually going to get into a fight today, by the way, heads up. Because,
But we will roll some things, right?
We will roll some things, yes. But, another thing that you get with that 35 in perception, Zeros, you're not the only faction here that shouldn't be here, because you notice the same dreadful aura that you felt before that woman took down her hood, and 5 other figures making their way to the next floor. Nihil and her cult are here. The Warden is an enemy, Nihil's an enemy, and there's nothing good coming from these forces mixing in any way, even as enemies. Because, remember, abandon all hope, ye who enter here, is the slogan, and it's supposed to depict the morale. They're all targets that could be victim to Nihil's razor, if given the right time.
Yeah.
What do I roll to possibly detect who or what marked me?
It's particularly you see a guard with really weird-looking swords. That's the person who marked you. You can roll me a society check or a religion check to identify what they are, but you can take a guess as well and probably hit it on the head.
Let's go with society.
That's a red mantis
Yeah,
assassin.
we
You
take
have been
those
marked for
crit
death.
successes around here.
That's a red mantis assassin. You've been marked for death. That is an ability that the assassin dedication provides that allows you to do particular neat things, such as instantly murking someone if they don't roll well on a fort save. Run. That's not even a suggestion. That is your instincts. Like, you need to get somewhere, somehow, in a place where you can avoid the first wave of executions. All of you would have a feeling to do that. And Lanu would even be like,
that's what I'm doing.
Lanu would even be like, follow me. I know a place. Come on, come on.
Moving expeditiously, in the general direction of the person who marked me as I am fleeing towards the nearest cell with my freshly gained set of keys to lock myself the fuck in for safety. I use sign language to flip off the person and say, "Oh, fuck off! I'm doing a job here," and check myself into the cell. I mouth it, not like outright saying it, because I'm stealthing.
No.
I'm assuming
so
that they will see me, but that most people aren't.
So you feel yourself unmarked when you do that. Like, they understand you're new here, and they're gonna give you leniency today. Like, you get 1. But they sort of, like, sign back to you, hey man, your prisoners are escaping, go get them! You're good! And you feel like a reverse mark on you now. Like, as if that person went from marking you to death to, like, giving you an all clear symbol. Yeah, free reign, at least for now.
Alright. What direction do they gesture in for the people for me to specifically capture?
It's your particular group of friends, quote unquote friends, that are running towards the other end of the prison. Essentially, they fell for your disguise as your friends did, and are perfectly expecting you to go after them and capture them. You can use this as an opportunity to go after them, capture them, because they're already heading towards a cell based upon what you can connect the dots of. You just need to pretend to lock them in, right? You know? Do your job. Wink.
Oh yeah, so I'm already partially in a cell, about to lock myself in, right?
Yeah, and you haven't quite done it.
I take one of my musical bolts for that song that you mentioned before, which I think is about perfect for this.
Mm-hmm.
And I crack it open inside of the cell as a gesture to let them know that, hey, I am fucking here, despite the fact that I'm stealth. It's like, they probably wouldn't know that music coming from seemingly a 1,200-foot radius is coming from anyone but me, since they've seen me use it twice already.
Yeah,
I've seen none. because I wasn't here for that.
Yeah.
If you were there at the bar before people started getting drunk, you would have seen it.
I don't think he
Nah.
was there for either of
No.
the two ones.
I
But
wasn't here for the first 3 hours of session, dude.
Yeah, but long story short, you do that. Some of them are definitely gonna know who you are, and you can start chasing after them, because as long as you're chasing after them, you have a feeling that with that nat 20 and critical success on top of the nat 20, you have a feeling that if you are just merely chasing after them, no other guards will try and attack you if you manage to corral them in a cell, right? They'll give you an
I
opportunity.
critically succeeded both society and stealth, so...
Yep. So, you're good. Like, you are able to... So, long story short, Lanu takes you to another person's cell. And the person's like, "Ah, what are you doing here? And let me show you who this person is. What have they won, Johnny?" I actually have to remember which one of these two is the... There we go. Here we go. This is the person you wind up in the cell of. They are carrying the holy weapon of Shaylin, as well as several holy symbols and tattoos dedicated to Shaylin. They are also, unlike other prisoners, tied up way, way more, and also not under the same release all button. Like, they've tried to escape type of situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, you all crowd into the cell. What are you doing, Reeve? What are you doing? They've all crowded
What are you
into
doing
the
to us,
cell.
Reeve?
Motioning to the person who was watching me before. Situation clear, under control.
And they,
Assuming
motion
that
to
they
you,
as a-
lock the thing. Yeah, you've got them in the cell. Just close the door, lock it. You got the keys, right? So,
I do so.
Okay. And, I think we'll end things there today. And I'll give you... Or no, I can honestly use some time to prepare these two's reunion. So we'll see ya next week. And I still gotta go over with with the new guy how we typically do these things. So we'll be back next week, everyone.
We hope
see
you
soon.
enjoyed.
Yep.
Yay.
Thank you for coming. Wait, before we go, it's my birthday. Goodbye. Thank you for coming and seeing me. And thank you all for joining me on this wonderful adventure that will continue next week in the Taldor arc.
man
Yes!
Birthday.
Finally!
Yeah!